Hello everybody, I hope I'm audible, and let's simply continue from here on. So far we have worked on these many things. Ultimately, I hope my VS Code screen is being shared right now. And we were working on two things, especially when it comes to being live. So yesterday I could not be live, so of course I couldn't get the things done. But talking about the things, so we were working on this Let's Talk application, and quite authentication part is done, and right now we have to move to socket IO, and we have to get the things implemented, as simple as that. But before that, let me make sure I'm live and everything's clear or not, and after that I'll just simply be going ahead. So just a minute. Did I get anything yesterday? I think okay, never mind, let's continue. So what was I saying? First of all, I have to check whether I'm live or not. So in that case, let me get this thing clear, and then we'll simply continue from here on. Oh, actually I got a comment yesterday, and that was, I mean, something was talked about there, but I wasn't able to just see that properly. I don't know what could be the reason behind that, but okay, never mind. First of all, am I not live? Or I am facing the network issue. Something's wrong on my side. Let me fix this. First of all, definitely I'm facing the network issue, because currently the kind of network connectivity I have, that's terrible, and because of that thing, maybe there's going to be a lot of buffering in this live. But okay, that's not something I'm worried about. Once I'm sure I'm live and everything's being clear, then yeah, okay, I'm live, that's fine. Okay, let's continue. Let me turn the chats off. So this should be fine right now. I think this should not be problematic anymore. And here we are, and I think it's time to just simply get started with this thing. So this should not be problematic anymore. Okay, so we worked on the backend side, and when it comes to backend side, so kind of authentication is working right now quite well. And as for the UI, forget about that. The main focus is on the functionality part. So overall things should be working. As for making the UI better and all, this can be done anytime, or maybe it can be done using AI as well. So that is something I'm not worried about a lot here. And routes, how's this? Is this the same application really? I think so, yeah. This is what I built. One thing I could have done better here, if I go to my utils and this API error. So over here I had my success, status code, message and errors. Apart from this particular thing, one more thing I could have had, and that is called stack. So if there's any stack trace, so public read only, of course. Stack is gonna be, again, this is gonna be optional, and this is just gonna be string type of thing. Okay, I think suggestions are on right now. Should I be turning them on? This is the Gemini AI assistant, not quite needed right now. Apart from this particular thing, I don't even need the suggestions. Let me do the things on my own, at least now. Later, of course, in future I will be using the AI a lot. Okay, so this should be fine. So when it comes to this is stack trace. So stack is here. This should be somewhere here. So I will check if stack exists, or not only like that, constructor. If I actually send the stack, then stack is gonna be present here, right? That's right too. So I'm gonna be sending I'm missing something. How will I be checking this particular stack here? Just a minute. In order to check this thing, I will be going to my GitHub. Just give me a moment. I wanna see exactly how it works and all, and I implemented it in one of my projects. So I'm just gonna have a look and then continue from here on. I think the stack is directly sent here in the constructor, and if it is actually sent, then I should be getting here. Not quite sure about this particular stuff. Okay, this network issue. I hope it's going to be resolved at least today. It's taking too much time. Okay, got it. I was just about to leave it. So I have to go to the code where I have actually used this. So that was Brainly application if I'm not wrong. So let's go here. And here I have used what? You must not be able to see my screen as well. Okay, never mind. I'll be back very soon. Backend, and inside backend I have to go to source. Inside source I have to go to utilities. After that API error, and here I have to check where am I getting the stack from. So yeah, stack is actually comes with the constructor itself. So if we send the stack with the error, so I will be getting it, otherwise I will be just simply capturing it. So it actually goes like this. So what will I be saying? First of all, I will be getting the stack over here as well. So this is again gonna be optional, and of course the type is going to be string. Once I got it here, so I will be checking if I have the stack. That's great. So this dot stack is gonna be stack, otherwise I will have to capture that. In that case, else if, and especially when it comes to stack capturing, I will have to check whether process.env.node environment is not equals to production, because if not equals to production, only then I have to do this particular stuff. And then for capturing the stack trace, I can say error dot capture stack trace, and target object. What is the target object over here? I think that should be some what stack, and this dot constructor. Let's see. Sorry, that should be this only. So this and this dot constructor. So error capture, this simply tells that here you have to just capture the stack trace, and this dot constructor means you have to exclude this particular part. I'm not even quite sure about this thing, but the target object simply means this is the target object. Like for this particular object you have to capture the trace, and apart from this particular thing, this is the constructor option, and that is of course optional, but that is what I'm providing the constructor. So this constructor should be excluded and all. So this is how it simply goes on. I mean, this should be enough for now. So let's close this. Same here. Main focus is mainly gonna be on the application part. So let's simply implement this. ls npm run dev. So right now backend is running, and okay, that's great. Front-end npm run dev. Let's exactly see how it's gonna be looking like. And for checking this particular stuff, I have to share my Chrome screen, right? So let's do that. Open selector and the Chrome. It should be fine, and right now it is visible. So the it is actually running on port 3000. So let me directly open it here. It's gonna be pretty simple, straight and forward way. But one more thing I am missing here. That is adding the middleware. This middleware section is going to be added later on. Come on, can I get one thing done here? At least this is fine right now. Alrighty, so this is how it looks like right now. I can register. So when I register, so I will be going to the register page. It's kind of too big, and if I click on login, I'm redirected to the login page. Quite well. What is the next thing that I can do? The next thing that I was actually learning about, that was the middleware. So on the front end side, I have to worry about the middleware as well. So when it comes to middleware, that is gonna be on the top here. So proxy.ts, and this was the section that I had to know more about. So first of all, I copied this again. I have to search Next.js here. Here we are, and here I have to know about proxy as well, so that I can actually implement this. Learning about the proxy in the sense of making a search in the to the server, making a request to the server and checking whether the user actually exists or not. So this does not work the right way. The thing is that right now I'm facing the network issue. All the data is being used by OBS if I'm not wrong. So the result may be delayed whenever I search something. Proxy is here. Okay, this was somewhere here, so I can directly find this. So I can go to file system conventions. After that, proxy.js. This is the file I was talking about, and I can actually know more about it. Again, it will take time to just simply reload the stuff and all. Not even reload the stuff. So the middleware, that's fine. And what I have to focus on, return next response redirector, new URL /home and request.url. So this function can be marked async if using await inside. That's okay. So I can make it async. These are the paths. First of all, this particular section matches the path, and after that, once the paths are matched, only those those paths will be able to just simply go through this particular middleware, and the remaining thing is gonna be happening somewhere here. So this is the this is how it just simply starts. Export default proxy request. I'm just simply gonna be getting my request over here, and these are the paths that I have. And apart from this particular thing about path, dashboard path, and this is the matcher actually. Apart from the matcher, I have what does this do? Exclude API routes, static files, image optimizations and PNG files. Okay. So this is how the matcher is actually defined, and I haven't really worked with this particular thing a lot, but let's see how it's gonna be going on. So first of all, I'm getting the path name from the request.url. Okay. Once I have the path name, then legacy some prefix. Path name starts with prefix, and next starts with the prefix legacy prefix h. Okay. Apart from this particular thing, path name ends with slash, and path name ends with this. Okay, so request team next URL path name starts with slash about, then do this, otherwise do this. Even this is not something that I'm talking about. Many things have been mentioned here, but I'm not quite sure exactly how can I use it in the best way possible. And in order to get this thing clear, do I have any project created earlier? I used it earlier somewhere in the project, but getting the right way, exactly how it can be implemented, isn't clear yet. In that case, I think my previous codes are gonna be helpful. So here we are. Really, of course, it's not done here at all. So in that case, I can come here, repositories, and I must have learned about that somewhere. So better auth tutorial, better auth, I used it, but proxy wasn't used there. In the better auth tutorial, I authenticated the user using just layouts. So of course this is not gonna be there at all. And even if I want to check them, so yeah, proxy is not here. So this is not something that can be helpful right now. Brainly app server draw, I have to do local DNS deploy. System working. It turns out that of course I will not find what I'm actually looking for right now. So it's okay, never mind. This is something that, okay, let's take the help of ChatGPT here. Where am I? This is the section, right? Let's name it. It's actually gonna be at the top. Apart from this particular thing, I'm gonna be creating a new chat. How to use middleware for auth.js. So ultimately, this is how I can create the middleware. And how am I checking this? next response and all middleware. This is actually called proxy right now. Request cookies, get access token. Getting the access token. I will not even have the access token here, or will I have? Not really. I will even have to, I mean, using access token we can just simply validate that if I'm not wrong. So request cookies access token, and once I got the access token, after that I will be getting the value of that. And if no token, redirect it to the login page and return this apply middleware only specific routes. So this is gonna be one of the routes, and this is how they are getting multiple routes. JWT recommended, so get access token value, and JWT.verify, just simply verify the JWT and return the response, otherwise redirect the user. This is kind of does the job. Role based authentication, so role cookies with this advanced production. I mean, this should be fine. I'm gonna be going with this way. So this is not the best, the worst way to just simply get the things done here. As for the changes, I will be making it because it's not gonna be exactly same. I will have to make some of the changes here, but let's see exactly what happens. First of all, JSON web token, it's not gonna be required here, and especially when it comes to getting the information about the user, I will have to check in the state. I will be saving the user in the state if the user actually exists. And one more thing, if I am using session based authentication, how to check if user is authenticated on the front end side, just like this. Since you are using stateful, since you are learning stateful, this is exactly where the session based authentication becomes. Session based authentication, this is stateful. How session based authentication works? With session based auth, user logs in, server creates a session in DB memory, server sends a session ID HTTP only, that's right. Browser automatically sends that cookie on every request. Server checks session and returns data if valid. Important, because the cookie is HTTP only, front-end JavaScript cannot read it. So how we can check if auth on front-end? So correct way to check authentication session is you do not check a cookie manually. You call the backend endpoint like this, API/me, and then just a minute, hang on for a second. Alrighty, the thing is that I'm suffering from sneeze a little bit, so I'll have to take care of myself too. So you call this particular thing, then 200 plus user data authenticated, 401 not authenticated, that's fine. And example could be like this. So get a session somehow, your session check logic, and ultimately I will be checking the session whether the session exists or not. If the session does not exist, in that case next response JSON message and this much, otherwise next response JSON. Okay, this is what get request API me route.json. okay, fine. Apart from this particular thing, fetch API me this. So front end check client side. So when it comes to client side, so I will be making a request, and if that is okay, then that's great. That means the user exists, otherwise the user does not exist, and I have to redirect the user. And setting the user here as well, and this is how things go on. So it's like you have to go with this way. Let me share the screen of my VS Code right now. So first of all, I will be handling everything on this middleware side. So middleware will be checking whether the user is authenticated or not. And the thing is that as the request is in the process, the page should be loading, and once everything's done, the page can actually render the stuff. This is one of the ways, and the another thing could be I can actually save the information. even a better recommend way in Next.js app router. Instead of checking on client, check on the server component. This is fine. I have separate backend and front end. If I make request to server, it takes time. Let's see. This is GL world problem. Okay, that's fine. So when frontend loads, page loads, use effect runs, fetch API, wait for the server response, then enter. That's right. So delay plus network plus server time based solution production level. Check auth on the server side based. So if you are using next app router, do auth check in the server component, not client. So on the server component, the authentication is gonna be done. So redirect navigation, that's fine, and response check this and include no cache. So if that's equals to 401, redirect it to the login page. Otherwise, I will get the data and just simply send the data back. So this is actually happening on the server page. Solution number 2, use middleware for quick check. So when it comes to the middleware, so they're gonna be like this: request cookie get connect SID. If it has the connect SID, that's it. If it doesn't have that, then redirect the user to the login page and something like this. Otherwise, next. Store auth state in global context. So storing auth state in the global context in the sense. After first login, save user in React context redux. Don't call /me again on every page. Only refresh when page reloads. Save user in React context or redux. Don't call /me again on every page. Only refresh when page reloads. Refreshing when page reloads. So whenever I'm gonna be reloading the page at that time, I will have to call /me user console. User logs in backend, sets session cookie. Frontend stores user in global state. Frontend stores user in global state. Middleware checks only cookie presence. Actual session valid. Okay, never mind. I can call them back later. Or did I get to call this right now? Just a minute. Never mind, I'll be calling this person later whenever I get the time. For now, let's simply continue. The thing is that my mobile was on silent mode, so I didn't even come to know about this. Okay, so the thing is that if you were directly using Next.js, so you could have authenticated the user on the server side itself, and right now we are using Express as well as Next.js. That simply means we have to save the user information to check whether the user is actually valid or not. And in that case, we will have to make a request to the DB to check whether the user actually exists or not. And this is this way it's gonna be time taking. Like if you are making a request to the server, it will take time to just get the response from there, and that simply means it's gonna be a bit expensive. In that case, what we can do over here, so this is something that can be done here as well. So whenever I'm making any request, and it should be checked here. So first of all, from here request.cookies get access token. Can I get the value of cookie? Is this even possible to get the value? Has session cookie, but session cookie will always exist. Having session cookie does not mean that you are the if you have the session cookie, that does not mean you are the authenticated user. Let me even check this thing out. having session, what was that, having connect id. Connect id doesn't mean you are authenticated, because session may have been deleted and all, something like that. Exactly, you are thinking correctly. Just having connect id does not mean user is authenticated, because session may have been deleted, session may have been expired, IDs may have cleared, and all these things. So what is the correct way? Option 1, most secure, always verify with backend. So you will have to make a request to this. Okay, I think this is gonna be quite a good one. So backend checks request.session.user if it's authenticated. If not this, yes, it takes network time, but this is the only 100% correct way. Second thing is the production pattern, smart hybrid. Big apps do this. Middleware check only if cookie exists. Fast blocks obvious unauthenticated users, but not considered final validation. The thing is that right now I'm not using JWT. If I were using that, I could have checked it here as well, but of course JWT is not being used here, so that is something problematic. Instead of calling /me, just check just instead of calling this, to check auth the real protected API calls validate session. So API dashboard data, if session expired, backend returns 401. Backend returns API dashboard, user open dashboard, you fetch this data. If session expired, backend returns 401. Frontend redirects to login page. So no separate /me call needed. This removes extra request. 401. If the user does not exist at that time, this will be returned. Yeah, that is right. So best UI UX pattern, no extra delay. A page reload, call me, wait, then show the page. Then page reload, show skeleton UI immediately. Call real API. If 401, redirect. If 200, show data. Okay, this does make sense, even with a server-side rendering. So from the server side, I will be just simply handling this thing. So I will be making a request to the database, and when the request goes to the database, at that time, if the status is actually 401, redirect to the login page. Otherwise, just simply render the data. This is better. I mean, I can just simply go with this. So I can just simply say one thing. Come back here. So as for this proxy.ts, I'm not even sure whether this should be using this is going to be a better option, because I'm gonna be making a request to the database only once, and the data actually gets stored. So let's do one thing. Let's simply delete this proxy, because this is not needed right now. And the another thing is that when I'm actually if I go to app and auth and login and page.tsx, over here use form is definitely not use form actually. On submit, where is that? Here it is. So even I have my mutation login, and it just simply gets the function, and mutation login data. Let's simply get rid of this. Response access client post /login data, and return. One more thing that I wanted to ask: is it good to create more than one access clients and all? But okay, this can be done later on. So /auth/login is some where I'm making a request, and I'm gonna be getting my response. Once I got the response, I'm just simply adding the user and all. And once the user is actually added, setting the user, and that's it, nothing else. I'm taking a success message, resetting the form, and rendering the message, redirecting the user. Something like this is what happening. And these are things that are happening on the client side. I could have done this login related part on the server side, and for getting it done on the server side, not quite gonna be possible. Possible, at least over here. So this is how I'm just simply gonna be going on. So once I got the user information, and that is submitted and saved to the Zoo stand, after that, until unless I reload the page, nothing should happen. and if I reload the page, the user information will be gone. So even if I'm here right now, so here we go, I'm on the dashboard page. Reload the page. Let's go to the login section. I have to first of all register. Okay, register means what? As soon as I clicked on register, I'm redirected here, so something's missing here. So inside page.tsx, as soon as I clicked on register, I should be redirected to the register page, and that to the form section. So this is actually happening on the page.tsx, so somewhere here. So whenever I clicked on this register and login, and then why is that not happening? Because I'm checking it here. So checking it here in the sense use effect of check user, and it is checking on every request whether the user is authenticated or not. It only needs to be checked once, and in the remaining time status codes are gonna be the ones that are gonna be helping. By the way, if I go with this check user authenticated, if check auth, what am I doing here? Access client get /auth me with this, okay fine. And if user is authenticated, redirected to the dashboard page. Otherwise, just simply render the children. Hopefully the user does exist, and because of that thing I'm facing this issue. So if I go to register right now, after a while I should be redirected to what? I'm not redirected, at least this time. Now I'm redirected, so it does take a lot of time. If I go to login page, I'm redirected to the dashboard, and if I go to the register page, I am redirected, but it does take kind of a little bit time, and there is something problematic. So in that case, what can I do? First of all, I don't have to check it. Even if I go to register page and all, then that's gonna be problematic, because if I'm going to the register page and I'm not checking, then I'm not supposed to be rendering that page, right? Yeah, I will have to check anyway. And if I'm actually checking, in that case, how can I implement this? This is great if it is working, but can I make it server component? And for making it server component, I will have to stop using this use router, and this is fine. I'm okay with this. So at least top level, this is going to be server component. Let's go with this. And if especially if I want to make it server component, so next navigation, I will have to import something else. Be making it server component. I will be importing redirect here, and that will be used on the server component side. Again, this use effect should not be used in that case, if I actually want to do that. Okay, let's remove it. If I actually make it the server component, and check auth is going to be used here. React use effect, I will not be using this, and I will directly be checking const check auth, right? What does this return? Check auth simply returns with the response. It makes a request, and after that it just simply returns me is authenticated part. So is authenticated. That's gonna be, I have to make it async in that case. And the server components can be async, that is for sure, but layout cannot be. Server components can be, but layout, can I make it async? I'm sure I will have to face some of the issues, but let's see. Await check auth, just like this, and once I got it, so if is authenticated, in that case redirect will be coming from next navigation. And once I got to redirect, I'm gonna be redirecting to the /dashboard BOARD if it is authenticated. Otherwise, of course, I will let the page be rendered. Okay, let's see whether it actually works as expected or not. So if I go to the home page and then register, and I'm on the register page right now. Am I supposed to be redirected to the login? It's not redirecting me. That's kind of good stuff, but why isn't it redirecting? So CLG is authenticated is gonna be is authenticated, just like this. And now it's time to check the stuff. So the value of is authenticated was what? So is authenticated is actually false. Let's go to the login section, and I think first of all I need to register. Demo at the rate, I think I have already registered with this particular email .com PASSWRD1234 PASSWRD1234. Submit it, and let's see what's gonna happen. So submitting is happening right now, and that's high probability. If it is taking this much time, there's gonna be something wrong. Turns out yes, there is something wrong. What is wrong with this? SSL mode. SSL mode require or prefer this treated as verify full. So this is something that I need to have it SSL mode verify and full. If you want the current behavior, control shift C, and this needs to be added where? This needs to be added in the URL. I mean environment variable. Of course on the backend side, environment variable, maybe somewhere at the last. SSL mode, this needs to be replaced with this, and I think this should make sense right now. I mean, this should be working fine. Let's see. Let's simply stop everything and restart it again, and once it is actually restarted, then I should be able to make a request. So let's see what's gonna happen. So I try to submit, right, kind of create an account. So demo@gmail.com PASSWRD1234 PASSWRD1234. Let's click on submit and then see what happens. So result on submit is this. That's great. So ultimately I got the response, and as soon as I got this in from this type, can't read the properties of undefined use auth user. Now what is this? Set user data dot user. It is unable to read that property. But why is it unable to read the property? So mutation registered the user. When I actually registered the user at that time, I got the result. Once I got the result, so result.data.user, that should be fine. But if it is not fine, in that case I will have to check the result exactly what do I get there. So I have to go to use auth.ts. This is the hook that I have created. So in that case, the hook and use auth.ts. Over here, what am I doing? This is the hook that is mainly responsible for this is the mutation related hook, right? And it gets the result. Once it gets the result, so I'm gonna mainly check the result that it gets. What's there in the result right now? Okay, this should be fine. So let's get it done one more time. And I think it was an error. as it was the error. User registered successfully, that was true. If I just submit it again, then what will happen? It is false this time, so that's great. I'm getting this thing from the use auth side. So this is the result that I'm getting, and result is what? Result is actually false this time, and the user information is actually gonna be null. So once I got the result, so I should directly be getting the user, and the thing is that I'm using data over there. That's problematic. So let me just simply remove the data. User will directly contain the user information, and this is how it should be going ahead. So right now if I submit it, I should not be getting the error. Let's see. Yeah, turns out right now I'm not getting the error. And error registering the user, that's fine because the user already registered. So let's simply use demo one and submit it right now. And right now user should be registered successfully. So user is registered successfully. As soon as the user is actually registered successfully, after that what am I doing? User got registered, but I'm not redirecting the user. That's problematic, but okay, that can be done anytime, or probably that can be done right now. And when it comes to that, so as soon as I register the user, so I have to redirect the user to the login page, dashboard page, because the user information I will definitely have it here. So action type auth doesn't contain anything, login, and if I register the user, what am I actually doing after the registration? So register page.tsx. Once the user save the data in the state, so I still have to save the data in the state. So let me even do that really quick. Let me remove this particular part from here. Once I have registered the user, so I have to register the user to the state. For doing that, first of all I need to have this dispatch. So const dispatch is actually gonna be imported here. So user dispatch from React Redux, something like this. Once I got the dispatch, the another thing that I need to do is to just simply get the set user action. So set user action, this will be imported too. So import set user, it should directly be imported from the slice. That's fine. Once it is actually imported from the slice, after that I have to just simply use this. And using this in the sense, if it is actually success, in that case what do I have to do? Though I could have copied everything from the login page, but okay, never mind. So dispatch and set user, this is the action that I'm gonna be using, and I will be giving it the result dot what. Again I will have to check the result, and as I'm using the action, so result dot user should be fine here. Result dot success, similarly result dot user is gonna be here. Are you sure about this thing? This result is coming from this mutation register user. This mutation register user is actually coming from use register, and here I am using register user. So when it comes to the register user, so make a request. Once it is done, I'm returning response.data. Response.data contains what? It contains success message and data itself. So that simply means over here when I actually get the result, the result itself wasn't expected. So when I get the result here, so it contained the data, right? And then data contained the user. And when I got the error, at that time what happened? I directly go, oh what the hell. Ooh. And that is the problem. When I get the error, I'm directly getting the user, and when I get the success message, at that time I'm directly getting the data. So what do I have to change? Let's go to the source, utils, and API error. In the API error, I will not be sending the data at all, right? And in that case I have to make the changes on the front end side. So whenever I'm making a request, that is the action, of course, action.tsx. Over here this user is actually gonna be null, or I can say this data के अंदर user, that's actually gonna be done. So that was my mistake that I did. And once this particular thing is clear, that simply means inside page.tsx, mainly inside the hook that I created, use auth over here register, and I will be getting the data, and this time it is actually gonna be result.data.user. So inside result I will be getting the data, and then I will be getting the user. So this is how it will be done, and once this particular thing is done, I'm returning this mutation. I will be able to use this mutation inside page.tsx. So in that case, I'm gonna be getting this result from this mutation itself. Use register, this is the mutation. So use register actually returns the mutation, and that's what I'm getting here. And once I have this, so I will be getting my result. This result will contain the success. This result will contain data.user, and what else will happen here? I will even reset the form if it gets done. So that's already I'm doing. And once the form is actually reset, I will be redirecting the user to the registering, right? I will be redirecting the user. So for that thing I will have to use the router. So in order to use that, const router is actually gonna be used router, and once I have the router, I can just simply redirect the user. So router dot push slash dashboard. This is what that will be happening. So let's see exactly what happens. So I'm already on the login page, so I'm gonna be demo@gmail.com, and here WSWYD1234. I'll be logging in, and even I will have a look at the state. So here we are. Let's see what happens here. So in that case, auth is of course none right now. It got the user, and the user it has the user information as well. So this is how it has the information too about the user. And once it has the information about the user, if I reload the page, the information is actually gonna be gone, and it will actually become null. So either I persist the data, but persisting the data will not make any sense. So in that case, let me log in one more time. Here we are. Okay, here I'm on the login page, right? And am I not checking whether the user is actually logged in or not? Because right now inside this layout.tsx, what am I doing? Is authenticated, check auth. It is checking the auth, and I'm using this access client with credentials is already true. In that case, auth me making a get request will be getting the response. CLG. What kind of response am I getting this time? I think this much is done. Let's simply go to the login page one more time. Once I'm there, I should be getting some response here, and I think is authenticated is false. Before is authenticated, I'm getting the response, and that should not be just the response, that should be response.data. And let's see what happens here. So reload the page, and it turns out that response is actually success, and if the user is actually authenticated, so is authenticated is false. Why? So what am I returning from here? Response dot if a response dot data dot success, in that case response dot you've got to be kidding me. It is true, but over here I'm sending false. Am I literally crazy, or have I lost my mind? Okay, where am I doing this? For checking this particular thing, I have to go to is authentic. That is false. The request went. The request was successful, but it is returning me false. That means request.authentication does not exist on the backend side. So there is a problem here as well. So this particular thing actually returning me false. Request.isAuthenticated. But as for my knowledge, I'm already using this the right way. Like this should be definitely true, but it is returning me false. And the request goes here. I think the middleware is not here. I mean the middleware that I actually have, there is no use of middleware as well. If I go to app.ts here, serialize, deserialize, and routes, what else, initialize, I'm using this as well, so session is gonna be there. Okay, kind of, definitely I'm missing something, so let me do one thing. I can go to my NeonDB this time and let's start everything from the beginning. The thing is that the value of request.isAuthenticated function, that should be true, but that is actually false right now. First of all, wanna know the reason behind that. Here we are, get started. Because of this network issue, it's gonna be taking more time. I had better switch to the local database, but for now let's simply go ahead. So that was the let's talk. I will actually have to empty it if I'm not wrong. So there are gonna be two things here. First one is gonna be the session, second one is gonna be the user information. What am I actually gonna be doing here is to just simply drop this as well. I'm actually gonna be dropping everything. Drop this too, so if both of them are actually dropped, in that case I don't really have anything, so I will have to migrate the data again. That's crazy. So let's do this as well. This is the last industry menu. If I'm actually dropping the data and I don't have the logout functionality yet, logout in the sense user information will be removed from the session. Okay, this should be fine, and from here I can actually stop my database ls and npx prisma migrate dev should be fine, but it is gonna be taking time, even if it is going to be fine. Okay, as long as this is getting done, I can just simply get something else done. So apart from this particular thing, overall things should be working fine, and either handler should be fine here, and it is kind of doing its job well. Status code 500 message this. If there are extra errors, then those errors are gonna be simply shown here. And apart from this particular thing, status code, if that is in the API error, then of course I will have the status code, I will have the message, and I will definitely have the errors as well. If that is just the error, so I will get the error message, and otherwise I will just convert everything to a message. This is not even bad. Actually it should be enough. Okay, by the way, by this time, here we are, I will have to reset the data. So please make sure not resetting the data, can't reach the database. It is unable to reach my database. And wasn't it giving me false because of that? npx prisma migrate dev. Let's go here. This is the database, but I think it was unable to talk to my. So how was it able to register me if it cannot really talk to the database right now? Right now there's nothing, that's fine. And making a request here. Okay, if I want to use my own database, for that thing I will have to install Docker. So let's do one thing. I'm gonna be actually installing Docker first of all. So Docker Docker install Ubuntu. It's been a long time, right? How to install Docker and use Docker on Ubuntu. Let's go with this one. And I think steps are gonna be mentioned here. So first of all, I have to update everything. How about okay, nothing happened here. So let's okay, this time it actually worked. It is it connected to the database and getting the things done. But meanwhile, I'm gonna be kind of doing it too. So first of all, command is gonna be this. So open terminal here and run the first command. Enter the password. It will be just simply updating the things. After the updation is done, what can I go with? Sudo update CA certificates called GNP. Okay, these are the certificates that are needed. So let's do that too. Certificates are installed. Once I have the certificates, after that add the GPG key. Okay, for the official Docker repository using system model. Okay, copy it and run this command just right here. Once this particular command is run, then I will be just echoing it. Sudo update and okay, let's simply do one thing, copy and paste everything as soon as one by one and get this thing done. So this particular stuff is done as well. And as for this sudo apt update, I'm not sure. I'm doing it again this time, whether it will have an effect and all. Lastly, last two commands that are remaining, it has effect actually. If it is taking time, that means it is downloading the files and all. So it is doing something ordinary in the background. Here I am, and lastly then I will have to just simply check the status, right? So this should be installing. So let's copy this part. Once it is copied, I'm just simply gonna be installing it. Yes, I have to install Docker. Okay, so Docker is actually being installed in the background, and the remaining things should be fine. And as for right now, even what I thought it worked. I'm still getting this can't reach the database error. Will I have to create a new database again? Oh, this is crazy. But okay, never mind. Let's go with the local host. I hope the database, how long will it take? This Docker is actually gonna be taking quite a lot of time, so I cannot really rely on that. In that case, I can just directly go and create a new database. Yeah, this should be fine. So stop Google. So I had this let's talk, but I don't know for what reason it is actually not accessible. I cannot really connect to this. So let's do one thing. This is gonna be test or let's talk. Video call, because of course this is gonna be all about that, video calls. And let's simply enable everything, create it. Once it is actually created, I can just simply click on connect, and of course it is on the pending state, so let it come online and then I will be able to connect to this particular database. Control C, I can go back to my VS Code. And again, using the online databases, that's not really the best option. You should use them, but they take a lot of time to just respond as well. So it's better to just simply use a local database. This particular thing is done. And this SSL mode, I had to make it a verify full, if I'm not wrong. I hope this is not gonna be causing the issue, or it is definitely gonna be problematic. So let it be required right now. And whenever I face the issue, I will be coming back and changing this. So okay, this thing is done. Let me it's still pending, right? It hasn't come on live, online. So okay, soon I hope my database is gonna be coming online, and I can run this particular command npx prisma migrate dev, but as the database is not online, so it will not be able to connect, and I will get the same error. So it's simple. For a while I have to wait. And as for this Docker, it has been installed 35%. That means long way to go. Reload the page. Okay, it is active right now. I can just simply directly connect. Not really this one. What did I run? Okay, npx prisma migrate dev. It is actually gonna be migrating this stuff, because but the thing is that my database is still this is the not the local database. So when I'm actually migrating the stuff, that process is gonna be time taking, and insane thing ever. Why this actually happening? It is actually able to load the database URL from the environment variables, and after that it is unable to connect to this particular database. I don't really think there are some settings here that can help me with this. Allow traffic via virtual VPC. This is insane. So there's only one option, that is actually installing Docker right now and then getting the things done. And for this Docker, it is 49% done. Come on, yeah, it is definitely gonna be taking time. Okay, 50%. And why is the data speed is so slow today? One more option that I have, that is going to Prisma right now and getting the URL from there. I mean, something is definitely gonna be working, right? So this is not working. So prisma.io, I can get the database URL from there. So that the time it actually takes to just simply send us the response, there is too much. But that's okay. For now, it's gonna be fine. So I can just simply click on login. Let's talk app. Last week I had this one. Let's simply delete all the ones. Copy it, delete this. Last year, okay, okay, got it. February is going on, so definitely last year. Control C, Control V, delete it. Same is gonna be happening here. Alright, you're gonna be creating a new project. Ultimately here we get only 5 projects to create, so this is gonna be one of them. Let's talk is actually gonna be the name of the project. Simply get started. It's not going to be taking time to just simply respond. Once it has been created, I can click on the connect, and this is connect Prisma accelerate. I'm not going to be actually going with that. How about the other one? Enable pool. Let's simply get this URL and paste it there. I hope this URL is going to be working, if the other ones are not. Let's see, make a request there again. npx prisma migrate dev should be able to migrate this schema that I have. And even Docker, it's quite close, around 85 to 86%. I hope it will be done soon. And meanwhile, I can check this thing out. But local databases, they don't really take a lot of time to just simply send the response. That simply means they are going to be taking less time. But when it comes to these online ones, they are time consuming. hope I'm not gonna be getting the same error, because if I get that, that's gonna be the craziest thing ever. Lastly, then okay, Docker is installed if I'm not wrong. So if I just check the Docker related, do I have Docker here? I don't really have that. There was one more command while installing Docker, right? Sudo systemctl status Docker. Let's simply check this thing out too. Migration is getting done here, that's fine. And meanwhile, I can get this thing done. Docker is actively running, and the only thing is that I don't have Docker CLI, I have Docker installed here. Okay, that's a good thing too, I mean not bad. And I hope I did not get the error, because if I will get, if I'm gonna be getting that, so I will be using Docker this time. Okay, at least this is done. ls npm WebDev, but again I'm done with this because they don't really give the response really quick. They take a lot of time. By the way, as this particular thing is done, I can come back here again and close everything else. This is gonna be definitely, let me use the dark mode. This is how it should be fine. I can come back here again. Oh, when I'm actually using dark mode, this is looking crazy, but never mind. I'm back here again. Let's close this neon and reload the page. Whenever I reload the page, and if I'm on the login page, at that time I'm gonna be sending a request to the backend, right? When the request actually comes to the backend, so response actually becomes what? The response actually becomes, it is false. Okay, because of that thing I remain here. Okay, if it were true, I would have been redirected to the server's, dashboard page. In that case, what can I do here to make it true? I can log in, right? And before even logging in, I will have to register. So getting in here, I have rated what some attributes of the render. I'm on this register page. A tree hydrated, but some attributes of the server rendered estimate did not match. Why am I getting this on while going to the register page? Apart from this particular thing, this is one of the errors, but okay, this is fine. When I go to the register page here, page.tsx, this is already used client, so it should be fine. And this auth layout, it actually server component, and that's fine too. If it is actually a server component, that's a good thing. Page.tsx is gonna be here. So if I actually HTTP localhost 3000 register 500 server error, and then uncaught next router was not mounted. So use router is the issue. So where am I using this particular use router? It is being used inside here I am. Click on this. This is gonna be localhost. Inspect it. Console. Not really getting anything. Okay, it's actually getting compiled, and right now got the error. So the error is on the register page, and over here I'm using use router, and this use router is coming from somewhere. That is what I have to just figure out. So here I am. Inside this, I'm using use router. This is the thing, and this is coming from where? This is coming from the next router, and that is actually the issue. So I have to get the use router, but this use router should actually be coming from next navigation. And once this is done, then I can come back here again, and if I reload the page, will it be taking time? Compilation is done. Once the compilation is actually done, localhost 3000. Here I am. I can click on this register, and as soon as I click on this, our request is sent to the backend, and I got the response as well. And his authentication is actually false, and that is why I'm able to see this particular page. The second thing is that I'm actually gonna be making an account here. Here is WYD1234, AWS WYD1234. Let's click on submit. And right now the user should be saved, and the state should be here, the session should be created. So as for the user information, I got the user information, and if I go to the state Redux, so I'm even getting the state user information I'm getting here. And if I go to the home page, will the state be gone, and or it will be here? The state is actually null right now, so doesn't matter what I do. If I move from one page to the other page, the state will be removed. That's insane. If the state is actually gone, then what is the use? So when I go from one page to the other page, how can I fix this? And slash dashboard. Right now it is null over here as well. Register. There's only one option, like making a request to the database over and over on each page, but that is something that I don't want. And the another thing is that once I actually get the user data, I will have to store the data. That is the only option that remains. So if I go to the login page, demo @gmail.com, let's click on submit. I am going to get the user information, that is right, that will even be saved inside the states as well. So it is saved there. I am getting the user information here. Okay, this is fine. Selector dashboard, use selector user return. Where is this error coming from? Install hooker. This can lead to unnecessary renders. Selectors that return the entire state are almost certainly a mistake, as they will cause the re-render anything in state. So it is simply telling me that the selector that I'm actually using, that is returning everything. So when it comes to that particular selector, so that is on the dashboard page if I'm not wrong. So if I go to the dashboard, main dashboard page.tsx, over here this is the selector, and it is actually returning everything. So returning everything in the sense I'm getting the user information, right, and it is returning so selector dot auth dot user it should return. So selector dot auth dot user, this should not be the problem right now. I'm gonna be getting the user information. So state auth, what is the issue? State is unknown type. Does the type really matter here? So whenever I'm actually using selectors, so state dot auth dot user. Now I'm getting this error as well. Okay. For this thing, I have to actually go to selector. I mean React Redux or Redux toolkit. And over here, if I click on get started and quick start, so whenever I'm getting my selectors, so at that time I need to have the types as well, right? Let's see. So yeah, this is how we use the selector. So use selectors state and this root state. Where will this be coming from? This root state actually comes from App Store, and I am returning that from here. So ultimately the issue that I'm facing right here, that is this. use selector state, and the type of it is actually gonna be root state, and that will be coming from the store itself. So this is done. Now I'm not gonna be getting that error. That simply means I can go back and here reload the page, and user is not, that is okay, but I'm not getting that particular error. I can go to the login page again. I have figured this thing out well. Exactly. Okay, it made a request, and as the request the answer was false, like the user wasn't authenticated, then I'm getting this. Now if I just enter demo@gmail.com, WebRTC 1234, so I will be redirected to the dashboard page. Now there is one problem. I'm not logging out, and as I'm not logging out, that simply means if I go to the login page right now, the credentials should be sent. That simply means I should not be getting this false over here, but I am getting. So what can I do? On the backend side, auth clg user is actually gonna be request.user, and clg is authenticated is actually gonna be request.isAuthenticated. I will have to restart that. Passport.js is not working well. I mean, even if I go to this different page, it should be redirecting me. I mean, it should be giving me is authenticated and all, but right now it is not doing as expected. But let's see what's gonna be happening this time. So I can come here again, and coming here again in the sense I will try to log in, and the cookie that is actually being sent, I will set over here. So if I actually check the cookie on the front end side, application localhost, so the cookie that I actually have, that is for all the routes, path is the root, so that will be for all the routes, and the refresh token. So let me clear all the cookies from here. Once it is cleared, demo WebRTC 1234 and submit. Excuse me, let's continue. And once this thing is done, I will be getting my cookie here. That's fine. Redirected to the home page, dashboard page, so that is also fine. But if I go to which meeting page and all, this should not be problematic. If I go to the meeting page, that's again fine with this. Socket connection is going to be established, that's right. But overall things are fine. If I go to, and I should not be getting here thing as well. Yeah, socket connection got established as soon as I redirected to the meeting. But before that, if I go to the login page, this authentication related thing is not getting fixed, because remaining things are gonna be really quick. Here I am, this is false, but the important thing is gonna be here. User is undefined, and is authenticated is false. That simply means session is not getting saved. Why? I can come back here, close this studio. This session is not working as expected. I have the user information. I have these sessions. Adding the session means, first of all, I will be deleting all the sessions from here. Okay, all the sessions have been deleted. Let's try to log in one more time and see what happens. As I have deleted all the sessions, I can come here and I will be logging in. So I will be getting one session here, so submit. As soon as it is submitted, I should be getting the session information as well. That means I should be getting the user related info in the session. Okay, so this is done. I can go to my session related stuff here. First of all, refresh it. So this is one of the sessions that I got, and if I just double click over here, copy everything and go to VS Code, paste it here. So this is all that I'm getting. So cookie and passport user, and it has the ID. So kind of it does have the user ID. That's fine. It has the user ID. So that means session exists, and as the session actually exists, in that case, if I go to the login page, what will happen? I will actually send the request to the database. So when I click on the login page, so what I do, I just simply send a request. Even before that, layout.tsx runs and when this particular thing runs, at that time I check the auth, make a request to the database, and credentials are sent along with this. So with credentials, and I hope credentials does not really exist. So credentials, that simply means include does not exist here as well. I mean, it is not used, so ultimately I will have to make it true. And if I'm actually making it true, in that case it should be working somewhat fine. So okay, let's go to the login page and simply enter. A request will go, and I will be getting my login page. If I go to this Prisma, I refresh it one more time. Now I have to check whether, oh, why am I getting a new cookie altogether? I mean, sorry, new session altogether. So the previous session did contain the value of the user. I have messed up the code as well. Control and Alt Z. So over here I have the user ID. That's fine. And the new cookie that I actually got, do I have the ID there? So this one, copy it and come back here, paste it here. Let's see what exactly happens. So in this one I don't really have, what the hell. I haven't deleted that cookie yet. I haven't deleted even the session. So why do I have this? A request comes. What is that request? The request is actually from the front end side. Whenever I just go with this layout.tsx, I'll just simply check auth, and check auth makes a request, that is access client request to /auth/me, and this access client has the basic URL. That simply means on the front end side the request goes to the routes and auth.routes, and that is me. Yeah, it should be fine. So /auth/me. So this is actually gonna be going here. This me is going to be called, and this is going to be returned. Is authenticated. So when I log in, at that time session gets saved. I get the session cookie. App.ts, initialize it, use this particular stuff. So kind of one thing I'm missing here, that is the session cookie, and I think session cookie is not being used directly. And in order to use the session cookie, will I have to install cookie parser? So let's even ask this question to AI directly, because don't really have that much time. Over here, question is, will I have to use a cookie parser while working with a passport JS? Short answer, usually yes. If you are using sessions with passport, it depends on how app is set up. When you do cookie parser, case 1 using passport express session most common. So session initialize and session express needs to read the cookies. Cookie contain the session IDs. This you should use cookie parser before session. I think this is the only thing that I've been missing. I don't have the cookie parser here. That simply means the ID never comes, and I mean session ID. The cookie ID is never kind of, that is the session ID that is never present here, and as that is never present here, cookie, nowhere, and because of that thing, it doesn't it is unable to find that, and as it is unable to find that, it just simply deletes that. Let's see, npm install cookie parser. Let's see if this resolves that. First of all, I need to get better at authentication. I'm okay on the backend side, but I'm terrible on the front end side. I mean, it's not like I don't know the technologies. I don't know the right way exactly. How can I check the auth? Do I have to persist the data? Do I have to save the data in the local database? Local storage, or I can persist the data using Redux, or I can make the request to the backend over and over, but that is time taking. So I don't know the best way. What would be the best way? God knows. I'll have to know. I'll have to know more about all these things. Overall, backend is fine for me. Okay, npm run. But before even running npm run dev, I can come back here. This is the course just at the top. Before anything else, app.use cookie parser. I need for that particular thing. Import cookie parser from cookie parser, just like this. Again, I'm gonna be getting the type error, so we'll have to install the types as well. But for now, cookie parser, this should be fine. As for the types, let me do one more install here. Npm install as a dev dependency @types of / cookie parser, just like this. Hope it's not gonna take a lot of time. So this is done as well. npm run dev, and simply run it, and this time hopefully it will return me the right response. But let's see what the hell. I haven't been sharing the screen of my VS Code. That's been quite bad. Let me share that again. I haven't done much over here. Just simply installed the cookie parser, and once that is installed, this cookie parser, I'm just simply using it in the middleware and nothing else. And once this much is done, I just simply started the project again, and right now we'll be going to the front end side, and from the front end side I'm gonna be making a request. And before even that, in the Prisma, I will remove all the sessions that I have, and once the session have actually been removed, reload it. I think I should not be getting them anymore. Am I still getting them? Bad. Okay, they've been removed. Right now I can go here, gonna be logging in again. So PAWS WORD 1234 submit. So I'm going to be logged in, and as soon as I'm logged in, I'm gonna be redirected to the dashboard page. So yeah, I am redirected to the dashboard page, and what do I have to do right now? If I go to the Prisma, reload here, I will get a session. Here I've got a session, and this session definitely contains what? This session contains the user ID, that is this one. And right now I will be going to the login page again, and let's see what am I gonna be getting this time. I'm getting false. user authenticated. This is actually equals to false, and this is bad. If I go here, I reload the page, I got one more cookie, and the previous cookie contains that the new cookie does not. A new cookie got created automatically. It only happens when I log in. To log in. As soon as I go to this particular page, at that time what happens? I send a request to this route here, and that is actually a GET request. Oh, this is so troublesome. When I try to log in, at that time what do? Ultimately I call a middleware, so, and I just assign everything to that particular middleware, and passport authenticate local and callback, it is gonna be using the callback, and this is the one that's used, and it checks whether user exists or not. If it user actually exists, so then request.login and actually log in the user. I can go with this method too. I think this could have been the problem too. I have been using capital I, usually small I is used. So let's do it for the last time. I hope this way it's going to be resolved. So in order to check this thing again, I'm gonna be logging in again, but even before logging in, let me delete the stuff from here. But that should not be the problem, but I'm not even sure why am I getting that. Alrighty, let's get it done really quick. Here we are. First of all, I will have to restart the server as well. So restart the server, restart the front end for now. Once both the things are actually done, come back here and reload this login page. And I'm getting these many things. Okay, that is false right now, that's fine. But it should not be false when I have logged in gmail.com. Let's simply do it. So this particular is done, and I should definitely be getting the I should definitely be getting the session here. Turns out I have 3 sessions, and this is the current one. Okay, that's fine too. So I can remove the previous ones, but okay, if I actually go here and go to the login page in the sense it will make a GET request to know about the user. And now what will happen? It is false. I'm doomed, seriously. User is undefined. Any idea why is this even happening? Never faced this error earlier. This is the first time that I'm actually facing it. First of all, getting the callback, this should even be fine. I'm actually able to just get everything done the right way. I make a request here, the user does not exist. Why? Whenever a new request comes, app.ts, at that time, first of all, my session will run. So this cookie parser, course related things will happen. After the session is going to run, and this session will really find the particular session. Okay, resave, initialize, restore, new Prisma store. It is actually saved there. I only have one option, Control C, and give it to the ChatGPT. don't know what's wrong with the code. Do you need cookie parser here? You are using app use session express session already parses the cookies internally, so I don't even need to use the cookie parser. Not required. Request cookies not required. Only needed if you manually use this. Okay. Cause configuration good. Important issues resave and save initialize. I should actually make them false. That's okay. And once they are false, that's okay. Very important. You deserialize. Deserialization is wrong. Deserialize. You wrote this user. This is incorrect. In serialization, you stored ID. You received the ID. So user actually contains the ID information. So const full user. Await prisma and all. I will be getting all the information. If not full user, that's great. And if, then I will be adding the full information there. But okay, even then it should be fine, shouldn't it be? Even if I'm just simply adding the ID there. If the user is read from DB, okay, let's do this too as well. But this should not really make any difference. It is saying that the whole code is right, so copy it. I'm not gonna be wasting a lot of time here because even I'm not sure this is gonna be working or not. Because at the end of the day, I'm just using the same thing. So full user will be this, and especially when I'm making Prisma user, how can I just deselect? Select. Okay. ID. So second thing, name true, email true, profile true. So this is the information that I'm gonna be checking, and if not, in that case, returning a callback, that's gonna be null and false, and then this full user, this is fine too. Gonna be giving it one more time. npm rundev. Still it should be giving me the same error. Just change this particular part, the serialization part. Of course, I forgot to share the screen. It usually happens with me. But once this particular thing is done, and let's see whether it is actually going to give me the right result or not. So login, as simple as that. What else do I have to do? Demo. WRD1234 submit. First of all, let it get done. Even I have to disable the input boxes as well while just submitting, but okay, never mind. Reload. This is the new session that I got, that is actually at the top right, contains the user ID. User ID is 64. And the user ID is actually 64, that is for sure. Yeah, I mean it ends with 64. The next thing that I actually want to do is to just simply go to the login page, and hopefully it's gonna be working fine. And probability is really less that it will be working fine. It is still returning me false. That's okay if it returns me false, but the thing is that from here it completely removes that. So I have 4, now I have 5. This is the new one that I've got. Now let's simply end this here. The simple thing is that if you are actually sending a request with the proper credential, like a proper cookie, so the passport should be able to deserialize that. And let's check this thing here, because when I send a request, deserialization happens, and that simply means I get my user. So the question is, do I actually get my user or not? Because serialization happens, right? User deserialization. So I'm gonna be checking the value of the user while deserialization happens, and definitely it will contain only the ID. But does it even exist or not? And here I will get the user. Of course, the type is gonna be the user type. Then I'm just simply adding the user ID, and serialization actually happens the right way. So I'm just going to go with this much. Hopefully I'll get the answers. I'm looking the answer of. So this thing is done. The simple thing what I have to do, it's gonna be pretty straightforward. First of all, the most important thing, delete all the sessions from here. Refresh the page one more time, and they should have been removed. Right now, go here. This time just use this demo, and here the WebDev ID 1234, submit it. Once submitted, the data should be serialized, and the next time when you actually go to the login page, the data should actually get deserialized. So far so good. The only thing that I need to do is to just simply go to the login page and go to the backend this time. User is deserialization never happens. Now why is the data not getting deserialized? Really? Why am I actually unable to deserialize the user? Time to use what? Forget about using what. Right now I'm out of my mind completely. I was supposed to be using passport for checking purpose, but initializing it, then it is even right. I mean, one thing that I missed, that is making it actually false. Oh no way, come on. I think when I get a sender request, get request, at that time does it get serialized as well, because of I kept them true here. This is the only thing that is different and nothing else. Let's see. The last thing. Okay, and if it doesn't work, then I will be just simply using passport for checking this thing. I did make it work like few weeks ago or something. Right now got stuck with the same thing. The only change that I changed this time, that was this. Earlier I used false, and right now I've been making it true. And true in the sense it just simply changes the session every time. Probably it does that. So what can I do? Pretty simple and again straightforward thing. First of all, delete all the sessions that you have, so that you don't get stuck in the sessions that already exists. So this thing is done. I can go back here and this demo WebRTC submitted, session is definitely gonna be created. Then I have to go to the login page. Oh. Reload it. Got the session. Contains the user ID. Yes, it does. And the very next thing that I want to do is to just simply go to the login page. कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता मैं. That's enough for today. I'm getting it false again. Why is this happening? the bigger question is this: is it unable to get the credentials? I'm along the credentials here. That credentials are actually allowed. Cookie parser, it is not even needed here, so let's forget about this. Delete this thing from here as well. The simple thing, when I log in, and if I go to the other page, like I go to the login page, I should be getting the user information. And this time I'm gonna be using what? It's time to use stop everything, restart everything, and this time I'm actually gonna be using passport. So let me start sharing passport screen right now. Passport, not passport, postman. Yeah, postman. I hope you are gonna be able to see the screen of the postman. Not now, but now. So what am I gonna do from here? The same thing that I've been doing using the front end. Same thing is gonna be happening here. So of course I was inside the auth, and I have registered, logout and all. Control C and Control V, and over here there's gonna be one more, and that's gonna be auth and me. It will be giving the information about myself, me route, and this is actually gonna be a get route. Control S for saving the things. As for the data, there's gonna be no data, and that's it. So what am I gonna be doing? First of all, again login is gonna happen, and it was demo@gmail.com. Password was this. Let's simply login, and as soon as login, the login should be successful. At least that's what I expect. Here login is successful, and I can go to my database, check out the new session that I've got. So kind of, yes, I do have my new session, but which one is that I'm not aware of. So let me delete both of them and get the new session. So I've deleted both of them. I'm gonna be coming back here again, and gonna be sending the request for logging in one more time. Once this particular thing is done, then of course I will get the session, and this thing is already done. Let's simply check the session again. I'm checking it on the browser. Okay, so don't worry, just like earlier. So yes, I got it. Once I got this, I can come here again, and this time I will make a request to the me. Making a request to me in the sense, it will be returning me some response. So do it. Is authenticated is true. That means the problem is not on my code side. Wow, at least happy. Really happy actually. Is authenticated is actually true. That simply means the way I'm sending the credentials to, I'm making it true. So here I'm not getting the error, doing exactly the same thing. And over here, when I actually send a request on the from the front end side, layout.tsx. So in this particular section, this check auth and then access client, and I actually added with the credentials, so that credentials get sent. Base URL was localhost@0/API/auth/me. The request does go there. What is the issue? Okay, let's not even worry about this. I'm rather directly gonna be sending this directly, in the sense I can come to my layout, and let's not even do here this particular thing. I have my dashboard, I have meeting. I'm gonna be creating profile page just for the example purpose actually. So I'm gonna be having page.tsx here, and maybe in future I will be using this rfc. I have this thing here, and once I have it here, I will be making a request. That simply means let's go with this server. So I'm gonna be this is actually gonna be a server component, and once this is actually a server component, I can come back here. Const response is actually gonna be axios, let's use Axios client that I have dot this is actually gonna be get slash auth slash me, and this should be it once I actually have this much. So this is actually gonna be the response. So Axios client, of course I have to make it async and I have to await it. So this is gonna be async, and let's await it as well. So this thing is done. Once I'm actually awaiting it, after that what ये तो हो गया, request will go there. Once the request goes there, I will be getting the response of CLG. Response is actually gonna be response dot data. What data? Yeah, response dot data. This is how it's gonna be going on, and it should be fine. So that's it, nothing else. And this is kind of going to be straightforward. Let's see. Actually do, first of all, let's get all the sessions. I had only one of them. Let's simply delete it. This is done, and well, getting errors, never mind. I think front end is running or not. npm run dev backend was not running, and as for the front end, that's already running, so I should be able to just visit the home page. Yeah, then I can just simply log in this time, and while logging in, that's gonna be demo plsword1234, and I'm going to be logged in like this. And, I'm logged in right now. Now I have to go to profile, but before going to profile, let me go here, reload the page. I am getting my ID, and I can come here again. And this time things are actually happening on the browser side. So if I go to my profile right now, let's simply enter, and what did I get? I got the response. Authentication is false. When I send a request from the front-end side, it becomes false. When I send a request from the postman side, it remains true. What is the problem? And not only that, I get two sessions. No, right now I have only one. So I didn't get any new session. That's interesting. Having said that, the user, that means request.user, was still undefined, and in that case, one last option, that is if my session actually exists, I'm gonna be using pure Axios over here. So Axios, import from Axios. Let's simply get rid of this too as well, and Axios.post, that's gonna be http://localhost 4000 or 3000, don't even know that one. What was the port it was running? At 1000, yeah. /API/v1/auth/me, and I hope this is the URL that I used today. Let's copy it again and paste it here if I missed something. Okay, so this is gonna be a post request, and apart from this particular thing, I will be including credentials. So with the credentials, right? Actually, this is gonna be the okay. I need to provide you the data. This should actually be a get request first of all, so there's gonna be no data. And as for the next options, I have to provide the config, and that's gonna be with the credentials, and of course I will make it true. just like this. So I will be sending credential, then I will be getting the data, and that's it. Again, kind of the same thing, but a bit different way. The thing is that if I'm getting the right response using Postman, why am I not getting the right response using this? So let's simply reload the page, and this is the only one session that I have that's been deleted. Can come to the profile page, and if I come to the profile page right now, it is false, and I'm completely happy with this key. Right now it is giving me false, and is authenticated is actually like this. And right now if I actually go to the login page, if I actually check out this as well, I should not have any session, at least yet. And yeah, I don't have. I can just simply log in from here. Here reference WRD 1234. Now I should be getting a session. Okay, let's come back here. Refresh. I hope this is called refresh. Got the session, contains the ID. After that I have to go to my profile page. Okay. The last step, going to profile page, and when I actually go there, this is false. Okay, this doesn't have the user information. Am I missing something? Why is that so? If I send the same request, Control C, let's go to the Postman this time. Here we are. And from the Postman side, this is the URL. When it comes to the headers, so I'm gonna be sending the cookie, right? And this is the cookie that's being sent automatically. And what will I be doing here? I can't even disable it. Connect this ID. This cookie is automatically sent. Delete these cookies from here. Once the cookies are actually deleted, I can add a new cookie, and cookie and value, right? So let's do it. That was connect ID if I'm not wrong. I'm gonna be changing few things, like I will be adding cookie, the same cookie here on my own. So the cookie that I actually had here, application, this was the name. Control C, and I'm getting this cookie from the browser side, of course. So once this particular thing is done, and the cookie ID, Control C, the value of the cookie is this. So let's have it here as well. As for the path, that is slash, expires on Monday. Forget about this expiry. Expires on Monday, 22 Feb. What day is it? 22. Time 10:93. Okay, save it. So this is the cookie. I think this is same. This is the cookie that I have, and the same cookie is going to be sent to Postman token. And if I actually send a request this time, what will happen? I'm getting is authenticated true using the cookie that I sent. This was the cookie, right? Minus 1. What is the value of it? Come on, you should be able to see that. Percentage yes. Okay, so ROWRM. From the postman side, I'm always getting the right result. The only thing is that from my front end side, I'm not getting the result. It's time to use fetch. So far I've been working with the Axios and it hasn't been giving me the right response, actually the result. So for the last time, I'm actually gonna use a fetch over here. I just want that if I have the ID, then it should be giving me the right response. That is this not giving me. So const response is gonna be equals to await fetch. What can I do? Fetch control C, control V, and what is gonna be the next thing? The request init. Then what? Credentials. They should be included, and method, that's actually going to be get method, and that's all. Once this is done, const result is gonna be await response JSON this much. Once I got the result, I'm gonna be just simply printing the result here, and this is actually gonna be the ultimate result. HTTP localhost API/admin. Okay, everything's fine. What next? Make a request. So for making a request, I need to go to the front end. Make a request in the sense reload the page. The request it is automatically made. So here we go. And okay, what is the issue? What is the result? Not even the issue. This is actually false. Let me make some changes in the backend side as well. What are the changes? The changes are gonna be auth. Sorry, itna bhi nahi. It should be like, first of all, I will be checking if request dot is authenticated. Actually, if the user is actually authenticated, then I will be returning the response. Otherwise, I will be throwing the error. This is how it's going to be going on. So new API error. API error. It takes this 400 error, and the message is gonna be user is not authenticated. Just like this. Apart from this particular thing, this is actually gonna be true. So let's make it true in that case, and it needs to be called here actually. Return the request. Okay, let's restart it. At least I will be able to see everything on the backend side itself. I mean front end side. And let's go to postman. Make a request one more time. Now I will not be getting that, so I'm still getting that user is authenticated. So user authentication message. Why am I getting this? Because it has the cookie and the session is saved. So yeah, of course it will return. If I delete the session, then what will happen? That is something interesting. So let's go to the browser. Here I have the session. This is the session. Delete the session. It has been deleted. And right now it's going to be something interesting. If I actually send a request this time. So user is not authenticated, successful, status and error. I mean ultimately, yeah, I am getting the right response. This is the response I am able to get using Postman. So it is working quite well. But my bad luck is that whenever I use Axios to just make a request, it does not work the way I expect it to work. Let's use fetch this time and see whether it actually works as expected or not. So first of all, I can come here again. Most of the things I have already started. That simply means if I reload the page right now, I'm getting this particular message here, and that is user is not authenticated. and I'm okay with this because of course I haven't added the kind of login the user yet. So let's go to the login page. Okay, XES error on the login page. Interesting. Why? So when logging in, let me go to the XCS page. I'm in login page, not even the XCS page. Login this. Okay, so what is the issue? It should not be even problematic. Request failed, access request failed. Access request failed with the status code this. The thing is that I'm checking the auth, and when I'm actually checking the auth at that time, I will be getting failure message. That is right. So if I go to this layout, this check auth actually happens, and over here, access client me, and I don't have what. I'm making a get request to auth/me, and this time if I have the success message, that's good. If I don't have, I'm gonna be returning this. So what is the error? What is the issue? Reload the page. The issue is uncaught. Request failed with the status code 400. Check auth this number line. So right now user is getting deserialized. Interesting. For the first time it is running. Why are you Mr. even running? Well, go to the login. It is not running right now. If I go to the profile, it will start running. This is the first thing. The another thing is that on the login side, I'm just facing some errors. So let me resolve them. So the error is that a request failed with this particular thing. Wait. So let me do one thing. What will I actually do when I'm actually logging in? So I'm gonna be commenting everything like inside this layout. Never thought I would get stuck with this thing like this, but okay, never mind, it happens. This is layout.tsx, and let's simply comment everything. Once everything is commented, let's comment those things as well. So kind of this is the auth layout that I have, that's it. And once I have that, I should not be actually facing the issues. Right now I'm not facing the issues. I should be able to log in and all. So here I am. And demo PWSWID 1234 submit. Okay, submitted. Let's go to the profile page. User is not authenticated, and I'm getting this when I'm using fetch. That means the problem is not with access or the fetch. The problem is somewhere with my code. I think course is causing the issue. Probably. I mean, otherwise I would be getting some errors too. The request actually reaches there. Where is the app.tsx? Yes. So, in that case, what else is remaining? Course. The request is allowed from this, and then get post put patch delete credentials are true. interesting stuff. Time to ask the AI. When I send a get a request from Postman, the request dot is authenticated is true, and deserialization happens. But when I send a request from front-end side, request is authenticated is false. Why? भाई बता दे, अब थक गया मैं. This is very common issue when 99% of the time problem is the browser is not sending a session cookie. अरे भेज रहा मैं भाई. Why Postman works? मत कर. मैं कर रहा तुझे ये भी दिखा रहा मैं. रुक जा. English गई. The time where I get stuck with the error. It's crazy. Okay, let's never mind. I mean, let's simply try to figure out the reason behind the error that I've been facing for hours. You see the error? You are calling this inside server component. When this runs, it runs Next.js server, backend server. Browser. Seriously? Error. I have been running it on the server side and server does not get the value of cookies. Am I crazy? Vikendra. I mean, seriously, how can I even do that? I did that actually. How can I even do that? Forget about that. Use client. बस इतना ही है. आ जाएगा रिजल्ट. ओके चलो कोई ना. देखते हैं हाँ बता रहे कि नहीं. Okay, I need to go to the profile page. This time I just simply need to reload it. And finally getting it. User is authenticated. Now user is authentic. Wow. Congratulations. Why is this even happening? Insufficient resources. अरे रुक जा भाई. What was the issue here? Result message user is now. Okay, as soon as actually login happen, not even login happen. Deserialization started happening every time. That's okay. The only problem was that I was using server components instead of using client components, and server components do not have the access of the cookies. So here I am, crazy person. Okay, changed so many things for this particular thing. I'm crazy. Okay. So ultimately everything is gonna be actually working fine. Let's simply one more thing. The issue is that on the client side, whenever I get the result, the request gets sent over and over. Why is that happening? That is something I have to figure out. So let me restart the front end. npm server is already on running. npm run dev. And for this thing, this is the last time that I'm actually gonna be doing this. Reload it. I want to work on socket.io, WebRTC stuff, and I'm stuck with this thing. let's keep working on this. What time is it? 3:47. Great job. What is the issue? अरे रुक जा भाई, super. So many errors at the same time. Page async, client page only. Page is an async client component. Only server components can be async. Async. That is the error. That is the issue. Sorry. So let me. What the hell? Then in that case I will have to use effect. But the thing is that yeah, it is working fine. I cannot really make a client component and async page async, otherwise requests are gonna be made over and over. So let's not worry about that, and let's simply start working on the code again. At least this time I'm not gonna be facing a lot of issues. And one more thing, I will not be worried about the authentication as well, like how I can do it the best way. I'm gonna be checking it. For now, what will I be doing? You can go to any page even if you are authenticated. I mean, you are allowed. Because of this thing I've been getting there, right? So let's keep it just like this. Auth layout I have. This is the middleware that I'm actually using, and I made that server components, and because of that thing I got the error. So what will I be doing? Let's simply turn them on, and this is actually gonna be use client this time, just like this. And as it is use client, of course I cannot use redirect because this is mainly for the server components. So import router, from router I will be getting that. And apart from this particular thing, const response, whenever I go to auth layout page, first of all I will be checking whether the user is already logged in or not. So awake access client, I already have it here. I didn't. I'm gonna be making a get request from here, and that get request will be /auth/me, and credentials are already going to be included. Once I made that, then I will be checking if now in the response I can either get the success message or I can get the failure message. If that is a success message, that simply means if a response forget about if, let's simply make a log the response.data here, just like this, and then I will be checking exactly what to do next. So this particular thing is done, and as for this login, working well, and most of the things are already working, so you don't really need to worry about that. The only thing that I want to do is to just simply close everything, reload the page, go to the I have to start npm run dev. Finally I can actually move to what? Finally I can move to learning not learning actually, writing the code related to the socket IO and all, because I don't care about my UI. I don't even care how the authentication is actually happening, as long as that is somehow happening. The important thing is that am I actually able to integrate the socket IO in WebRTC the right way. That's it. So I'm mainly worried about the UI, logic part, business logic part. These things I can get, make them better anytime. I can even learn them. So when I click on this login button, nothing happens. Why? Because I'm great. Why not? I mean compilation happened. So what is the issue? If I click on this login page, once I clicked on the login page, the request will go to the backend, and then nothing will happen. And I think that's why I'm facing this error. So over here in the layout section, what is actually happening? The request actually goes to, I know the error now, because this response is actually, I'll have to use a use effect because it will not directly work over here. Okay, never mind, I'm not actually doing it here, because even if let me show you that to you. So this auth layout, of course server component will not directly work. That simply means I have only one option, because I'm using session IDs. So at that time I will have to use client components, and as I'm actually using client components, so I will have to use effects, as simple as that, right? This is definitely understandable. And if I'm actually using use effect, in that case let's even do it. That's not the worst thing ever, but I'm actually using use effect here, and on the basis of getting the things done. That's crazy thing. If I were going with if I had JWT tokens, at that time things could have been even easier, but okay, I'm using session based authentication, and this is happens when you use session based authentication. okay, it will be running on the first what it will be running on the first re-render, and after that const I will be getting my response, and that's gonna be await XCS client that I created on my own, and gonna be sending a post request to /auth/me. I will be getting my data. Again, one more error. Idea. I'm not gonna be doing it like this. Rather, I'm gonna be using then catch block. So again, this is another way. Then I will be getting my response. Once I got my response, I will be doing something. If there's any error, so dot catch. If there's any error, I will be just simply clg logging the error, just like this. So far so good, but it's still missing something. What is that? Let's get rid of this, just like this. And when it comes to the response, so clg and the response is actually gonna be response.data. That should be fine. And as for this error, this should be e. This should be e. Arey yaar, hat ja. So this much is done. And apart from this particular thing, as this is gonna be the client component, I will have to remove this async from here. This is how it should be, and I can just simply get rid of this checkauth, and that's it. I don't really want to do anything else. And apart from this particular thing, as the things are already running, so in that case I can go to my front end, and here 100, but okay, I can click on login. Here I am. I can just simply try to log in. PAWS WRD 1234, just like this. Click on F12, and I'm getting XCS error. Did I get the XCS error? No. User logged successfully. Dhanyavad. XCS error. Request failed with the status code 404. What kind of XCS error was this? Okay, never mind. At least this is success. And I must have got the status as well. Redux. Yeah, I do have the status. So what will I actually be doing? Whenever I go to any page, I will make a request to the database, and I will be setting the user information. This is how it will be. This is the not the worst thing ever, but okay, let me go with this way. If whenever I'm going to pages, any page, I will make a request to the database, and if the user actually exists, then you are allowed, otherwise you are gone. For getting it done, I have this layout already here. I could have done this thing on the top level layout. Yeah, probably it could have been done there. And once I got the response, and as I got the response, if response, I have to check that too. I can't even check that right now. Layout.tsx page, line number, what is the issue? Layout.tsx at auth. This is where I got the user information, I think. This is from page.tsx, so that is okay. And somewhere here, parsing ECMAScript source code failed. Initially it failed. Layout. In that case, reload the page. First of all, what kind of issue is this? Let's get rid of this here for now. At least now. This is not from your authentication code. It is caused by the browser extension. Okay. In that case, what am I supposed to do? Those attributes are added by dark reader. Okay, dark reader. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Can I remove that? How to fix it? First is disable dark reader. Okay. So in that case, so it was because of the dark reader, because I'm using that. So I can come here, not here. This dark reader, and turn it off. Reload the page. I'm still getting that dark reader. I'm gonna be removing the dark, not removing, but yeah, remove it. Do it. Am I still gonna be getting the error? Seriously? it made me delete my dark reader from the Chrome, and I'm still getting the error. So what could be the reason? Let me give it to ChatGPT one more time. this time look at the part. What are you going to make me uninstall? Those attributes are not added by your code, they are added by grammar. अब grammarly भी हटा दो यार. हटाओ भाई हटाओ, grammarly भी हटाओ. Yeah, right. Do I even have grammarly? Yeah. Can I stop it? Finally, not getting error. At least this is done. So once this is done, then that's okay. I'm on the dashboard page, and if I go to the login page right now, or yeah, kind of login page, here a request will be sent, and then I should be getting this. Yeah, here we are. So what is actually happening? Localhost API v1/auth me 40 not found. That was a GET request, and I made it a POST request. How great I am! So let's actually make it a GET request here, and let's reload the page again, and of course it will take some time, and that's actually bad thing. I will be trying to find the best solution of it. User is authentication message. Is authentication is actually true? In that case, I can actually check one thing. Ki bhai here, this is the not the best thing first of all, but I have only this way at least for now. Response dot data dot what? Data dot is authenticated. Data dot is authenticated. If it is actually true, in that case, do one thing. Router cons router is gonna be like this. One more thing I could have done. Save the state and persist the state. Like don't even if you reload the page, state is going to be persisted. For that thing, I can use React persist. I mean, yeah, that is something. There is a pack module like that. Or I could store the data in the local storage, and whenever I send the request, if that is equals to 200 or something, that means it was successful, and if it was equals to 401 or something, that means it failed or something. So yeah, there are ways I could have gone with them, but let's do one thing. We will be using them later. For now, I'm gonna be going with this way only. So router.push /dashboard. If I'm already logged in, redirect me to the dashboard. Otherwise, let me be in that particular page. Okay, this is it. So here, अभी क्या हुआ? Reload the page. The internal server error. Localhost login. Next router was next router. Are you crazy? Why are you here? Reload. From next navigation, import it. Here we are. Reload the page. Aram se relax, and it will be redirecting you after many ages. This is insane. You go to the login page and you are redirected to the dashboard page if you are logged in after a long time. There are solutions to this. It's not like there is no solution, but I will be implementing that later, not now. This is not the best time. I'm already done with this. If I go to the register page, I will be redirected to the dashboard, but it is like 3G is working here. Okay, now we have the era of 5G, and over here 3G is working, mainly because when the request goes to the server and all, it takes a lot of time to just return. And mostly I'm not even using my local host database, and because of that thing it takes even more time. Okay, but I'm fine with this. Okay, let's do one thing. Mainly for the dashboard, I'm actually gonna be creating a nav bar so that at least I have the profile information and all. Okay, just not even the profile information. I'm not worried about the profile that much. I will just simply showing log out button so that I'm actually able to log out, right? So this is the only thing that's gonna happen. So let me share the screen here and let's get it done. So what I actually want, this authentication is login, register, most of the things are already done, layout, okay, fine. Now inside main, I'm inside my dashboard, meeting, and in all these cases, what will happen? In all these cases, I will actually have my layout. So layout.tsx here, rfc here, and this is actually gonna be main layout, just like this. So once I have this main layout, it will contain the nav bar, and when it comes to this nav bar, I'll actually have to create that. And when it comes to creating that, I'll actually have to go to components, and inside this what I'll have to create something here, right? So let me check one thing. I had a demo project. If I can just simply get some inspiration from that, exactly how can I design the folder structure and all. What was the name of that? The name for that was don't say that I've forgotten. Okay, 3, 2, 1. I must have that on my GitHub here. Yeah, can you see that? Nope. Right now you can see that. And I can go to my repositories, and the name was like better authentication. Yeah, better auth tutorial. So let's get some inspiration from here and learn the stuff. So inside components, it's directly named here. Okay, fine. UI will contain the icons, Where do I have my nav bar? Main, and unauthorized page, loading, layout, global, forbidden, this, that, main.tsx. Bro, I have the nav bar just like this here. It's okay. I mean, you can have the nav bar anywhere, and I was just looking for the right place to just have it, but it turns out let's have it here only. This is the backend part, right? So I have to go to the front end part, and here app main, and inside main I'm gonna be having, because navbar is mainly going to be for the main page, all the main pages. So that is why I'm gonna be having here. So navbar.tsx just like this, rfc just like this, and apart from this particular thing, this is actually gonna be navbar just like this. And what all will I have inside my navbar? Well, I can actually have many things inside my navbar, but for now I will have a class name that's gonna be simple. This is gonna be what? Video calls. So I mean, it will be flex. Height is gonna be what? Let's make it first of all, I'll have to make it absolute as well. In that case, as this is gonna be absolute, so the top div should actually be, first of all, it should be navbar. The second thing is navbar. Arey yaar, acha. NAV navbar. Yeah, that's fine. Now I have to go to my layout. So this is where I am. Inside my layout, I will have two things. Oh, this is the layout. Fine. CHIL. Oh, really? Caps lock. CHILDREN children. DREN children, and the type of children is gonna be React node. Am I crazy? Yeah, the types are actually gonna be defined like this. CHILDREN children. The type is actually gonna be React node, just like this. Then I will get the children here. So all the children are gonna be just given to this wrapped with this div. And not only that, I will have just my nav bar here at the top. So nav bar just like this, and I can have the things like this. So I will have my nav bar, then I will have the children, and class name flex. This is gonna be interesting. Nope, not flex, just make it relative, and relative should be fine. That's it. Apart from this particular thing, let's wrap the children as well. So let's wrap them in a div, mainly because I'm gonna be designing this stuff here. So designing in the sense let's wrap it inside the div as well, so that at least I have the I'm writing the every design related stuff here itself. So this is gonna be absolute, last name absolute, and now it is absolute. Top is gonna be 0, left is gonna be 0, and top is 0, left is 0. Height is gonna be 20, don't know how much it's going to be, and border bottom, and that's it, should be more than enough. One more thing, this whole stuff, it's better to have a look at the result directly. It's gonna be better, otherwise I'll just keep thinking and just guessing this stuff, and it turns out it does not have full width. Okay, never mind. So let's give it the full width as well, so width is actually gonna be full. So right now it is great, but there is this problem, and the problem is that first of all, this 20 is too much, so let's make it 10. Right now it is good, and of course it's not gonna be looking that good, so forget about the UI part, later I will make it better. The only thing that I need to do right now is to you are just able to see the UI part. I was working on this one. Sorry for that, sometimes I forget to just simply share the screen and all. So this is gonna be like this. So absolute top and all, I will have my navbar, then I will have everything related to the navbar inside that. Apart from this particular thing, I'll have the children here, and when it comes to the children, so class name, they will have margin top 10, so that in the remaining space this navbar is gonna be there, and just below that this children section is going to be there. And I hope this way it's gonna be better. Margin top or padding top? Let's make it padding, not even margin. Just like this. Padding top, just like this. And right now it kind of makes sense. If now after that, what will I be doing? After that, I will have the children here, and when it comes to these children, so let's make them give them container here, and after container, I mean this should be somewhat fine. Container itself does not make much difference. Was this the container or something else? Container. Max width. Yeah, it does provide max width. So anything inside this container will have only that much width, right? So this is the children section that I have. Let me do one thing, let me wrap these children inside a div again, just for the testing purpose. And class name bg is actually gonna be height, and yeah, so container is just not enough, I will have to give it mx auto, and then this should be enough. If you actually want to have a look at the UI part, so this is how UI actually looking like, and that's it, nothing much. Let me remove this particular section, let me just have the children here, and that should be kind of enough for me. Coming back here, so overall I've got the things done, and the next thing is that inside my navbar, I can go to my navbar. First of all, it will have the width full, second it will have the height full, and the third thing is that it will have nothing. Yeah, for now it's fine, and just below that I will have two divs, so just like this, and the first div will actually contain the logo, so the logo is gonna be video call. I mean, I don't have any good name right now, so it's just gonna be video calls. Oh, let's talk, sorry, I had let's talk, yeah, this is the name. And again, the main focus is not on the functionality, I will just make it work. There are gonna be buttons, they may even not look good at all, but they will be there. Don't worry, later we can only focus on the like design part and all, and even we can take the help of the AI, artificial intelligence, we can make it really good. But for now, I'm gonna be just going directly. And lastly, I will have to I'll have only one option. I have a button, but button, let's have two buttons, and two buttons in the sense one will be for the dashboard, second one will be for the logout. So these buttons, they are actually gonna be coming from PUTTUN button, because I'm already using Shahed CM, so at least few things are gonna be looking good because of that thing. So this first button is gonna be kind of dashboard, just like this. Second, I can just simply copy it, paste it. Again, I'm telling, don't blame that if the UI is not looking good, how have you made that and all, because main focus is not on that, bro. But I'm suffering from this niche. Let's make it flex, and flex, and justify is actually gonna be between. Just a minute, I'll be back. Let's continue. So here I am. So what was I just simply saying that it's gonna be flex, and justify is actually gonna be between, so that it doesn't they're not together, and let's talk is gonna be here, and this is again kind of gonna be a link. So when I click on this, I should be redirected to the kind of dashboard page. So it's actually gonna be a link. Next link, just like this, it will have href tag slash dashboard, just like this. Apart from this particular thing, I'm gonna be having these two, and as for the class name, not really worried about this. This is something that I'm worried about, this part. So link dashboard is actually gonna be here, href is actually gonna be slash dashboard, and the another important thing is actually gonna be this UI, I mean logout. So logout part, and this is just simply gonna be a button. As for this link as child, this is gonna be like this. Let's see exactly how it looks like. Well, let's make it 100. If I make it 100, they don't really look bad, but they look bad. Let's go with 100 only. It's gonna be 100, and right now they don't really look good. So in that case, height is around 10, that is not that much, and so I can come to layout, and layout is actually gonna be giving it 50 and giving it 15. So let's see how it's gonna be looking like. Now it looks better. So after that, once I've given it that much height, and inside the navbar section, why are they dark by default? But they are, so what can I do? They are, so they are. And class name flex, and gap is actually gonna be 5. And as for these ones, so I'm gonna be making them item to center, so that they are actually gonna be in between, and they are gonna be flex gap. This should not be done here, sorry for that. Cut it from here. This should be done here. Class name, just like this. So this is how it's looking like right now. And apart from this particular thing, when it comes to this navbar, I'm gonna be giving it some padding. So px is actually gonna be around 5. So this is how it's gonna be looking like. And as for this link, class name, font is gonna be bold, text is gonna be 4XL, and not the worst thing ever. I like it. I mean, it is not good, or I can say not good at all, and but okay, kind of fine with these things for now. Or let's go with the white. Going with white in the sense, I'm gonna be going to the main layout, that is this one, and here I will make the PG color. So let's make it 100. Text is actually gonna be black. This looks not bad, but it's gonna be not looking, it will not be good for the eyes, and for that thing I will not be going with this. So this is better. As for the buttons, I will be making them white for over here. So I can come here again. As for these buttons, let's give them some color and all. So not color and all, class name, that's gonna be bg white, and text is actually gonna be dark. I think this should be fine. Text is gonna be black. Okay, and if I hover over them, I mean, they look so bad. Can I have some kind of variant here? I mean, that should definitely be fine, because this is not looking good. So variant, and what variant do I have? Default outline secondary. Can I go with the secondary here? How will it look like? Secondary looks good. That's fine. Amazing job. If you actually worried about how the UI actually looks like, so I will be showing, let me even show that to you. So when it comes to the UI, why am I removing myself from the screen? So this is how the UI actually looks like, and kind of does the job. Dashboard and log out will be just simply logging out, and the remaining things I can just simply get done here. So what is the remaining thing? If I go to my meeting page, just from here, so yeah, I'm redirected there as well, so everything is being shown. I have my dashboard, meeting, I will have a meeting button as well, and that button will only be shown when the meeting actually exists. And then in that case, if you are redirected to the home page, no, if you are redirected to the home page, the meeting is already ended, so we will have only a dashboard option here. Okay, apart from this particular thing, I have this meeting section. So let's get started with this thing, and this is actually gonna be amazing. So here we are. I'm really excited for this particular stuff, because finally I can one more thing, not finally, coming back here, let's work on this logout functionality. And for this logout functionality, nothing, I have to just simply send a request to the database, and when I am sending a request to the database, I have to remove the user as well, and that's it. I mean, nothing else. I mean, removing the user, setting the user to null, and some extra stuff. Okay, so when I'm actually logging out, log out, copy this thing from here, coming back to this. So inside the navbar, this is the logout section that I have, and of course I have to make a request. So whenever I click on this, so const handle logout, just like this, it's gonna be actually a sync function. So this is actually gonna be somewhat like this, and whenever I click on this particular button, so on click, and it will be handle logout, gonna be quite quick in the sense, first of all, const, of course I will be using my access client, so const response, just like this, and I will be getting my access client, so access client that is already ready dot post. This is gonna be a post request / auth / of course logout, and I don't really need to send anything from here. And once this is done, then if response.data.what, it could be success. If this is actually success, that means it is done. If it is not success, then it is not done. So at least this much is done. Okay, what is the next thing that I have to do? If the response.data.success, that simply means I have to reset the state. Resetting the one more thing, resetting the state. Oh, the crazy thing is this, that the state that I actually have, so this main.js file that I have, so the state will be set every time whenever I visit any page. So this is the main, and for just this main I will be I have already created this layout.tsx, and inside this I will have to make a request to the database and check whether the user actually exists or not. And if the user actually exists, then I have to set the state. let me talk to AI regarding this. Can I actually persist the data? States, they do not change directly, right? So if I go from one page to the other page, the state will remain same. Don't you think so? Once I have set a state, at least as long as I'm there on the browser, the state should exist. Once I am out of the browser, then that is the problem. Like now the states will not remain the same, right? Let me even check this thing out, because if they are okay till that point of time, then I'm not really worried about anything. But in that case, layout, fine. If I go to, what is the issue that I'm getting? I'm on the meeting page, and this is the error that I'm getting. So I can go to the home page, or maybe dashboard page, getting the same there again. Event handlers can't be passed to the client component, so somewhere I am using client component, and that must be inside main layout.tsx. This is the nav bar, this is the client component, and what is the issue here? I'm using on click, and I'm not making it like use client. Just like this. Once this much is done, then first of all let's get this section done. So response, and once this is done, then first of all I need to get the dispatch as well. So const dispatch from use dispatch. This will actually come from React Redux, and once I have the dispatch, I will be getting my action as well. So import action is what? Set user that I have created will be coming from the slice. Once I have the action, so if it is success, that simply means dispatch, and set user, and that's actually gonna be null. So the value of the user is gonna be null, and if there's any error, then toast. Let's even get the toast message. Toast will be coming from sonar, of course, dot success user log out success. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm not even worried about this, because response dot data dot message I will be getting just directly here. If there's any error, in that case, if that's failed to just do that, so toast dot success, and toast dot error response dot data dot message. This is how it's gonna be going on. And if the user actually logs out successfully, I have to log out, redirected the user to the home page. So router, use router, it will be coming from React navigation. Of course, I'm not using server side component, so I'm just gonna be going with the router / home page. This should even be fine. Anything else that I want to do? Or nothing else as such, at least right now. So this much is done. Once I'm done with this, then okay, no need to worry about anything. One more thing, if there is any user and the user is trying to visit this page, and if user is not logged in, so user should not be able to do that. Again, this process is quite time taking, so I will be figuring it out exactly how can I even make it better. But for now, what will I be doing? If the user goes to any page, okay, inside this layout, okay, first of all I will check as for this router. Let's simply get this from next navigation, use effector, let's simply get it client, get it, and that's it, nothing else. I'll of course have to make it a use client. This is not the best way, I know, but okay. This is somehow does the job. This somehow does the job. Yeah. So if the user response.data is authenticated, if that is actually successful, redirect the user to the dashboard page. Not really, I don't have to do that. If it is not successful like this, in that case I have to redirect it to the login page. That's it, that's what I wanted to do. So if this time I reload the page, I'm already on the dashboard page. If I log out, what will happen? Nothing happens. Okay. It takes so much time. Let me do one thing. Logout usually will not cause any issue, so I can go to the navbar, and when it comes to the navbar, so when it comes to even pushing the user to the home page, user can directly be pushed down. But okay, never mind, I can do one thing, maybe even better, and that is using I state here, and that state will be checking whether you are logging out or not. So let's do it this way as well. Const loading logging out, set logging out. I mean, usually it takes a lot of time. I should be showing something, right? Okay, this is fine. Logging out, set logging out, use state, and that's gonna be of course false by default. And as soon as I started working on this, so set logging out, that's actually gonna be true. And apart from this particular thing, there could be some errors as well. In that case, let's simply wrap it inside a try catch block. Things get too much, obviously. Toast dot error, and this error is going to be rendered here, but it can be of any type. In that case, if error instance of error, in that case error dot message, otherwise just stringify the whole error. It's just gonna be like that. So this is even better, and overall things are done. And set logging out, try catch, and finally block. Set logging out, and this is gonna be false. And as per that, if is logging out, set is logging out, control C, control V, control V. If is logging out, in that case return a div logging out, just like this. Apart from this particular thing, class name, height, screen, this is the navbar part, hide screen, and width. Hide screen width will already be full, or let's make it full, so width is going to be full, or gonna be screen. Can I say width screen? Don't even know. Screen, yeah. So hide screen, width screen, let's make it absolute. That's gonna be bad. So mute, and top 0, let's make it inset 0. Flex items center, and justify center. Should be kind of enough. Let's see exactly what happens. So if I click on login, so can just enter the email and all. So this is how it's gonna be going on. WebRTC submit. Okay, here I am. Let's click on log out. Logging out. Only there I'm getting. So this absolute thing should be for the whole page. So in that case, oh shit, I hurt myself. In the morning I hurt, and right now that got hurt again. Okay, so this is fine, but this logging out is just at the top. In that case, I can do one thing. Let's not do this particular stuff here, rather I will be just changing this part. So if is logging out, can you see the screen right now or not? Of course you can't. Now you should be able to see. So if logging out, in that case logging out, otherwise log out. I mean, this should definitely be fine. Literally, I hurt myself badly, like my leg got hurt, and now I'm struggling with that really bad. But never mind, let's continue. So this much is done. Right now, whenever I just wanna come here and click on login, enter the Gmail, enter the password 1234, submit it. I'm here. I can go to the dashboard for sure. I can click on log out, and I'm already logging out. I'm logged out right now. If I try to go to the dashboard this time, /dashboard, I'm there, but I will be logged out very soon. Like, I will be redirected to the login page. But it is a time-taking process. Is this not gonna be working? Literally, I thought it would work. Okay, something went wrong. What went wrong? Reload it. User is gonna be null, that's fine. Auth me, this is gonna be a bad request. So Axios client, the response data. You were saying it is a bad request. Really, main.layout. This is the layout that I have for the main layout. I have the use router. Use client is already here, and Axios client dot get auth me, and I will be getting the response here. Whenever I'm redirected there, then CLG dashboard, CLG response.data. I've changed some things on the backend side, like on the front end side, and right now let's check this thing again. So dashboard, okay, it ran, and after that request failed with the status code 400. And what is the issue with that? Network me, user is not authenticated. So this is the response that I actually got. Okay, user is not authenticated. This is the response that I got, and at that time user is not authenticated. That means there is no data. Yeah, in that case, let's go with this success. Let's go with this. I mean, I will actually have to change the code of my backend. I will have to send a response with that too, if the user is not authenticated. So that's gonna be just simply a response. So let's go to the backend side right now. Here we are. the problem is with the kind of data that I'm actually sending. So I can come back here. So instead of just simply throwing the error, I will be just simply sending the response from here as well. Control C, Control V, just like this, and this is gonna be okay, kind of. Literally. So how can I manage this thing? If the success is true, then of course I will be sending the data. If it is false, then of course what was I doing earlier? I was just simply telling, first of all, user is not authenticated, and here user is authenticated. User is authenticated, just like this. And I'm just simply getting request.is authenticated and returning request.is authenticated, whether that is true or not. Okay, that is something that's happening. And this should be actually like this. So request.is authenticated, HTTP, and then I'm just simply throwing the error. Ultimately, I'm gonna be checking two things there. If that is equals to success and this exists, and if that is a failure, then of course I don't have to do anything. Okay, so on the front end side, when am I checking it? Inside this layout of what? Layout of this. Over here, I'm actually making a request, and here I'm checking response.data.is authenticated. But even before that, if response.data.success and response.data.success and then is authenticated, in that case I will be redirecting it to the dashboard page. And here, when I get actually an error somewhere here, in that case I will have to go with another other thing. So if that's actually an error, in that case if the user is actually not authenticated, in that case I want to get the right response, right? That is actually not the error, that simply tells me whether the user is actually authenticated or not. Let's go ahead like this. Return user authentication message. I will be going with this way only, and I'm just simply sending the value of is authenticated. It is always gonna be true as long as there are no errors, and this is definitely fine. That simply means right now I can go to my layout and response.data.success. I don't even need to check this thing because it will always be success. This is gonna be working fine here, and the other layout that I have here, response, and this is actually gonna be working fine too. So that simply means I can come back here, I can reload the page. Now I'm not gonna be getting the error. I can simply log out. I'm gonna be logged out. Here I am, and if I try to go to /dashboard page again, I am here, but I should be redirected. But when? Okay. We're still getting the error. Interesting. So it is just simply saying that there is an error over here. So I am getting the response, and that is user is not authenticated. And this time that's okay. I have to restart my server, so I just forgot that. So of course I need to restart the server as well. And right now, if I reload the page, and I should be redirected. Yeah, here I am. I mean, I have been redirected. So it is kind of working well, but the only thing is that it takes some time. So we will even figure it out, or we will just have a reloader on the screen, a loader on the screen, so that it actually shows that okay, the work is in in progress, work is in progress, something like that. For now, if I actually go to meeting or any page, meeting page and all, I'm gonna be redirected there, then I'm not gonna be redirected there. Interesting. Going to the meeting in the sense socket connection is getting ready. So in that case, I actually have to check it really well. By the way, even if I am going to the meeting page, the socket connection is never ever gonna be ready, or maybe it's going to be ready. So if I go to the login meeting page directory, just like this, socket connection is going to be established now, and that is really bad. So I have to get the socket connection ready only when the user is actually logged in, and that's gonna be bad. Okay, what is the next thing? This use effect works, but it works after some time. So what is the next thing that you can do? This layout, what it does, it just simply checks whether the user exists or not. Over here I will not be doing this. So what will I be doing? Simple stuff. So far I'm just simply redirecting the user from here, right? So instead of redirecting the user directly from here, I will be just saving the information, and especially when it comes to saving the information, so I will be using one layout for all. That simply means if I'm sending the request over and over, so let's do it this way as well. So this main layout will not have any const dispatch, just like this, use dispatch, because I'm sending the request again and again. So let's go with this way, otherwise it takes time, and that is something I don't want. So dispatch. So whenever I send the request, I'm mainly gonna be saving the data. So I'm gonna be getting and even this is something that should not happen here, so let's simply cut the whole thing from here. As this is cut from here, let's simply delete the other stuff that's not needed, and I will be getting all these things done in the global level variable. Global variable in the sense not global level variable, global level layout, and that is actually this one where everything's actually happening. And in that case I will be getting it done here, at least for now. Later I can go with the better way, but for now I'm gonna be going with this. So from next navigation, dispatch, from React Redux, use effect, from of course this, client, from client, dispatch is already here, and this is not the best place to do it, but because I'm sending the requests over and over, so that is why I'm just simply doing it. And in that case I will be getting a set user here, and the user is actually gonna be set as the user is actually set user response dot data dot user information. Again, let's simply return the user information now. So for returning the user information, I can go to my backend here, and const, it can actually be success or false both. Me in the sense I'm gonna be getting the user information. User is gonna be request.user. Of course it will be accessible over here, and once I actually got the user, so at that time, instead of sending all these things from here, user details fetched successfully, let's see, and this user is actually gonna be the user, just like this, and this user contains all the required information needed. So this is how it's actually gonna be done. And if it is failure, then in that case, suppose user does not exist. If the user does not exist, then the value of user is definitely gonna be null. And if the value of the user is null, so there's gonna be no user. And if there is no user, then that's of course gonna be problematic. In that case, I'm gonna be going with two things. This is just gonna be user details, and I'm gonna be having my user information. I'm gonna be having one more thing, and that's gonna be is, let's even have it here, const is authenticated. This is gonna be quite a strange way, but I just don't want to have to separate things and manage it. So that is why I'm just simply gonna be returning only one response, and it has only one job, and that is telling me whether the user is logged in or not. So is auth, and give me the, if the user is logged in, it will be giving me the user information, otherwise it will not be giving me the user information. So this is something that's gonna be happening in both the cases. So it's returning is authenticated, it's returning user, and that's it, if that works. Okay, apart from this particular thing, I can come back to here inside this layout, making a request. Router is not gonna be used, so let's get rid of this. Apart from this particular thing, this dashboard. Okay, fine. So access client get the auth me, and dispatch response data user. I can check one more thing here. I mean, in both the cases, it is actually gonna be right. So user can actually be null, or user can actually have some value in that case. Or let me do it this way. If response.data.is authenticated and response.data.user, if they actually exist, in that case, of course, I will be setting it like this. In the remaining case, let me do one thing. If is authenticated is actually false, I will be just simply setting the user, and that's gonna be actually null this time. So this is how it's gonna be done, and that's it, nothing else. So this is how user information gets saved. And as for just redirecting the user, so that will be done in a different way in the sense, I can come back here, over here the user information is going to be saved. Again, I'm sending the request to the server over and over, and here this I have two things, right? This layout and this auth layout. So when it comes to this auth layout, instead of getting the things done like this, now I'm directly gonna be using my UI, state. So const user is actually gonna be use selector from React Redux. I will be getting my state.auth.user. I will be getting the user information. As for the type, React state. What am I exporting from the store, and where is the store? That's a good question. Where is the store? So Redux store.ts root state. So root state will be imported just like this. Once I've got the state, I will be checking if the user actually exists. If the user actually exists, in that case, what will I do? Redirect the user. So I can even make it. I cannot make it. It needs to be client. And if it is a client, then of course I can get one more thing here, that is router. So constant router is gonna be use router just like this. And if the user actually exists, router.push to / login just like this. Otherwise don't. Okay, so this is this thing is done here. Apart from this particular thing, the same thing I can do inside this one, layout. Let's keep it somewhere here, and I need my router, that's gonna be imported from this navigation. I need the selector, that's again going to be imported, and this one as well. And if the user is actually not logged in, this time I have to check. So if the user is not there, in that case I have to log in, and here at the top I have to redirect the user to the dashboard page. Come on, yeah, just at the top. Auth, if the user exists, in that case what do I have to do? a sec. Auth and then layout. Over here I have to redirect the user to the dashboard page if the user already exists, just like this. And inside this main, this is the layout that I have to redirect the user to the login page. Let's see exactly how it's gonna be working. Not install, yeah. npm WebDev. And turns out so far I haven't even been sharing my screen. Have you been? Wow, you haven't been able to see my screen at all. That's okay. Right now, of course, I'm on my screen itself. So the first error that I'm getting, that is the use and it is on layout.tsx. Which layout? It is the layout of app. Okay. Oh, I have to make that. Client component. So this is the layout. Let's make it the client component, and I hope by making it client component I will not face the issues and all. Let's try it. So for making it the client component, use client like this and reload the page. Metadata cannot be on the client component. Super. It's time to create auth layout. And for creating the layout right now, I can go to what? Services, Redux, providers. Should I create an auth provider? I think, yeah, let's do one thing. Let's create an auth provider. Auth provider.tsx. And auth provider will be responsible for the simply providing the information related to the auth. So it will mainly be used for setting that actually. But yeah, it will be done like that. RFC. This is how it's gonna be going on. And once this thing is done, then div. And as for this auth providers, it will have the information, because this whatever I've done inside this layout, nothing is valid, mainly because this wherever you are using metadata, that particular layout should be server component rather than being a client component. So that's been the main issue. And as for these things, I'm gonna be just simply importing them really quick here, and then I should not be getting the error. Okay, so this much is done, and of course over here I will get the children, and so child are children, and the type of the children is actually going to be React node, just like that. And once I got that, that's it. I'm already setting the values, and I will be returning the children from here, just like this. And of course I'll have to make it client. Use client. So this is how it's actually going to be going on. So far so good. Once I actually have this auth provider, so I can come back here again, and I will be wrapping everything with this auth provider, just like this. So auth provider is gonna be responsible for everything here. That simply means this auth provider will be running first. No, sorry. This auth provider should be where? Under query provider. So first of all, query provider is gonna be running, and then auth provider is gonna be running, because auth provider actually uses query providers related information, right? Redux provider. A Redux provider means what? This is this manages the state, so it should be actually here. Sorry, this auth provider that I have, that should be somewhere here under Redux, because auth provider is actually using everything related to the Redux. So that is why it needs to be somewhere here, and that's it. And once it is actually here, then it will be just getting the job done. And all these things are not quite required here. So it is actually gonna be like this. So this time I have my auth provider, it is just simply authenticating and adding the user and all. Once it is actually authenticated, it has authenticated. Reload the page. It is simply saying that okay, the this particular layout is still the client. So let's me remove this client part from here so that I don't get the error. So right now I'm not getting the error. Apart from this particular thing, I can go to this particular layout. So the layout of this, and over here what am I doing? This is the client component. I'm checking the client component from information and getting the things done like this. Quite interesting. Great job. Let's simply now get it done. Let's see what's gonna happen. Here I am, and reload the page. Of course, if I go to the dashboard page, it takes some time to redirect me. So as soon as I went to the dashboard page, I got the user information. There was no user, so I should have been redirected to this page, right? Is the user actually logged in? So use selector should be giving me the information of the user. So why is this taking time? This much is kind of fine, and I'm not really worried about this much delay. I can go to login. I can simply log in like this on the keyboard. Here we are. If I try to go to the meeting page, I'm in the meeting page. If I try to go, what the heck? I went to the meeting page and I'm redirected here. Let's check the state. The user is null. Now the question is, why is the state changing when I go from one page to the another page? Usually this should not happen, because the state that I'm actually using, this is at the top level, Redux provider. So Redux provider children, and this, so if I actually go to Redux here, so dev tools, if not equals to production, that's fine. Auth, then I will definitely have what? Slices and all. So services, check auth, socket, providers. So I only have my store. Where do I have the slices? That should be inside features, right? So features, auth, slice. This auth payload action, there is not quite required. Whatever the state I have, that should not be changing when I go from one page to the another page. But what is happening over here when I just simply log in, submit, I get my state. That is for sure, I will get my state. And here I got the user data and all. But if I try to go even to the dashboard page one more time, I mean, if I just simply reload the page, that is gone. So the question is, here, why does the Redux state get a reset when reloading the page? Reloading is fine. Whenever you reload the page, the state is gonna be gone. When going from one page to another, this happens very often in CSI router setups. If your Redux state resets again navigating between pages, it's usually because your Redux store is being recreated. Let's resets. Okay, so why Redux state gets reset? Redux state resets when the store is created inside a component, the provider inside a page. The store is created inside a component. The provider is inside a page instead of layout. Full page reload happens instead of this, and then store is created per render app route. Most common mistake, what is that? If you are doing something like this, provider page, provider store and this component, then when you go to another page, this component unmounts, provider unmounts store. Okay, correct way. TypeScript to configure store. Store is gonna be what? Store is gonna be configure store. I will have the users here. Provider, I'm getting the provider, and I have my store, and then getting the thing now. Correct way. App router. Create a store file outside component. Store.ts. Configure. So configure store, and then create a Redux provider component. Use client. Redux provider children, then provider, and then this. Okay, fine. Wrap it with this. So Redux provider. Another possible region. Okay, one more thing. If I directly go to the meeting, then it should not be problematic. Right now I just simply reload the page, then only it gets lost if I'm not wrong. So let's even check this thing out. What I actually mean here, I am here. Let me change the little UI part here. So for the UI part, I will be going to the navbar. That is of course inside main. Navbar is here, and this dashboard I will have actually one more button, and that's gonna be the meeting. So this is just even gonna be kind of after that. This is gonna be the meeting section. This is just gonna be optional for now, but I actually wanna check it. So meeting. So it's actually gonna be like this, and right now is the time when I can actually store the data, like persist the data, but never mind, let's see. Can come here and reload the page. It is of course null. Let's simply log in. I'm here. If I click on the meeting right now, so it is not quite changing. The only thing is that whenever I reload the page, at that time it changes. Fine. So if I'm accidentally reloading the page, then of course the state is gonna be gone. And when the state is actually gone, at that time I have to check whether the user actually exists or not. Right now it is fine. If I reload the page, what happened? As soon as the page is reloaded, I'm redirected to the login, this page. So as soon as I reloaded the page, this particular layout ran, and it simply checked out. What do I have to do in that case? Even if I reload the page, of course the value is gonna be null, and once the value is actually null, I actually have to wait for the result. Okay, what another way do I have? The another way can be you are persisting the data, and when you are actually persisting the data, so even in each request you will be checking. This is the another way. Okay. You are actually persisting the data, and provide a dispatch setting the value, but the thing is that it will definitely take time. I can do one thing. Whenever the value of that changes, I will be running it again. But what is the use of then running it? Because I will already be redirected. If I were using socket, I mean context variables, context. In that case, if I have state at the top level, then if I load the page, it will definitely be reset. Then I will make a request to the database, and once the request is actually made to the database, I would get the result. On the basis of that thing, I would set, as well as I will decide whether the user should be there or not. Okay, gonna be taking a break. Of course, I need to just get the better idea exactly how it can be done. This is insane. I have an express backend and next using Next.js for frontend and using passport.js for authentication. Now, how to auth state on the front-end side. Express backend passport. Next, how to manage state on the front-end side. So first important truth. With the session-based auth passport, frontend does not know if the user is authenticated. Only backend knows via session. So session is stored in DB, Prisma or Redis. Yeah. Browsers only has a connect SID cookie. Cookie is HTTP only. Other thing is that I'm using session-based authentication, and because of this thing, I'm even facing it more. JS cannot read it, so frontend must ask backend. Clean architecture, separate frontend backend flow. User logs in, backend creates session. Cookie connect SID stored in browser. Frontend calls auth me. Backend checks session and returns user or 401. That's foundation. Step 1, create auth me route that is already created, and if not request authenticated, then it responds message not authenticated. Otherwise just return the information. Create context in Next.js. So create context use effect. This is gonna be auth provider, and you will have user, set user null, and loading and all. So instead of checking auth on every page, create global auth state. Okay, this will work in that case. In layout.tsx, this use any here. Use context, user and loading. So what is the use of this context when I'm actually using this particular context? So use context in the sense I will be getting the user, I will be getting the loading. that's fine if I'm doing it like this, that I'm actually exporting user, set user and loading. So while loading, logging in, I set the user, and once the user is actually set, I will be getting the set user information. In case if I reload the page, then layout, this is fine, I'm even getting that. So when I'm on the dashboard page, first of all I'm getting the user information in this. If loading, return a loading, otherwise not, if not loading, and if user does not exist, not logged in. Before even that, if I'm on a page, this loading will do the job. So even if I'm on the dashboard page, and if I reloaded it, first of all I have to check whether loading is actually happening or not, and then this particular section should be done. Access interpreter. So you don't have to manually check 401 every time. Access create this with credentials to API interpreters response use. What is this now? So ultimately I can say the only thing that I'm actually missing, that is checking the loading state. So I'm getting the user information from here, that's fine. I even need to have one more state, and that is loading. If that is loading, then I don't have to do that. That simply means first of all, the function that I have here at the top level, this auth provider, this will run, but when? This will only run when I reload the page. That's it. It will not run on every re-render. So that is a good thing. That means pages are not being, they are not running on every render. Apart from this particular thing, set user is fine. This is gonna be available globally. Apart from this particular thing, I need to have one more thing, and that is loading. The question is, how am I gonna be having that? Moreover, how will I be able to access the value of that inside this particular layout? Because I'm just checking for the user, but even before that I have to check for the loading. So only one option that I have, setting it in the auth. So for that thing I can go to my Redux store. This is the only option that I'm actually getting for now. Only way to solve this. Later I may be getting some better ways as well. So I can go to my features, auth slice, and what all I have user information, and apart from this user information, ID, name, profile, and initial state has this much. If I actually have the loading here, that's gonna be craziest thing ever. I mean, inside user you should only have the user information. So this is not gonna be a better way. So let's simply even ask this thing, where to keep the loading. I am using a Redux. Now Redux, I created a top level provider or auth provider that sets the state. Now when visiting pages, whether the user exists or not. But even before that, I needed to check if loading is in progress. If I reload the page, the problem is, where should I keep the loading state? In the Redux auth slice or somewhere else. Let's see what exactly am I gonna be getting. Now that अरे यार thinking को थोड़ा छोड़ो. Express password. First, what is this loading? Am I still checking if the user is authenticated? This is not page loading, this is not button loading, this is not API loading. It is auth initialization loading. So logically it belongs to the auth domain. Correct, yes. Keep loading inside auth slash because it is directly related to the authentication. So interface. Initial state will have these things. Initial state will have the user. Initial state will have the authenticated, that's false, and loading. So yeah, it turns out to be like that only. So let's go with that. So far initial state was only this much, but now I'm gonna be having more things inside initial state. I will have is authenticated. By default it's of course gonna be false, and loading is gonna be true. Loading is going to be true. These are the things that are by default, and I will have is authenticated inside it. That's actually gonna be a boolean, and I have loading. That's actually gonna be a boolean too. So this is how I'm gonna be going ahead. So I'm gonna be keeping these values as well, and whenever I set the state, I will be setting the values of these as well. Okay, this is great. This is authenticated, and the value of is loading are the only things that I need. Okay, so whenever I can go to my provider, auth provider, and over here dispatch set user, and right now when it comes to setting the user, so it's not okay, let me even fix this. So when it comes to setting the user, so I can go to slice itself, and when I'm actually setting the user, so at that time in my actions I will be getting many things. Actions.payload, whatever payload I got. Initially it was like that, and right now actions.payload. I may be getting the user information and state or set state user, or let's make it like this. State is actually gonna be actions.payload, and that payload will have now everything in the sense user is authenticated and all. So whenever I'm setting the state, so now it's gonna be everywhere in the sense, first of all let's check out this auth provider, and when it comes to this particular auth provider, in that case when I'm actually setting it over here, I have to send an object here this time, and this object will contain some values. First of all, it will contain the user, and user is actually gonna be what? Okay. set user. So that's only one thing that I have. I may have many methods: set user, clear user, and set loading. So ultimately that's going to be set user, and user is gonna be action.payload, whatever I just add there. Set is authenticated is automatically, that's gonna be true, and set loading is gonna be false. And then clear user in the sense I will be just removing the user. So state user null, free, false, false, and set loading is gonna be something like this. So I will have to maintain these things. State loading is gonna be action.payload. Interesting stuff actually. This is more than I expected. So what can I actually do? I can go here. I have these many steps, that's great. And here state.user is actually gonna be action.payload, whatever I will be getting inside there. And then state.isAuthenticated, that's automatically gonna be true. And state.loading, that's automatically gonna be false. So but then just a second. It's somewhat gonna be like this. Apart from this particular thing, I have this logout. Logout just simply clears that. Or I can say clear user, set user, clear user. Clear user in the sense state is gonna be null, and state dot is authenticated, that's actually gonna be false if I'm not wrong. So apart from this particular thing, I have one more loading property. So state dot loading, and that's actually gonna be true, because of course if once I clear it, how can it be true? It should be false as well, right? So it's gonna be false to by default, and because the user is logged out, so if the loading is actually true, false, that should be false. And then set loading, and of course I will be getting the state, and not only that, of course that's gonna be action as well. This action should be coming from the client side, and once this is done, state dot loading, and that should be action.payload. So this is how things are gonna be going on, and I will be passing from here what clear user and set loading. So these are the things that I'm actually exporting, and once they are exported, I will be able to use them. The real question is, the real thing is, whatever you call that, how is this going to be used? So over here, when I'm actually logging in, at that time I have to set many things. So setting many things in the sense setting the user, and loading will automatically be set, or maybe I will have to set at the top. So set loading, and that's gonna be if there's any error, in that case I will be clearing it. And as soon as user is set, it will set it automatically. So just let one more over here. So whenever this use effect runs, at that time, first of all, dispatch and set loading, right? It will be coming from there, and that's gonna be true. That means it is started loading. So set loading got true, and over here I set the user. So user will be just getting the things done automatically. So inside this, if I just set loading, loading only gets set. Set user sets the loading automatically. Clears users done, gets that thing done automatically too. So this particular thing is done. So dispatch set loading is done, and auth me, and dispatch set user, and if there's any error, in that case, if response.data.is authenticated, this is something, this is the response that I'm actually sending from the backend. Is that so? Let me check that. So auth controller, what am I sending from the backend? I'm sending only this much. Let me even give it to the AI and ask, is this right? I mean, better or not? प्रॉब्लम क्या है इसके साथ, राइट नाउ इफ यूजर इज नॉट authenticated, user request of user is undefined and false, you still return 200. Okay, that's incorrect. So in that case I'm gonna be returning it this way. If not authenticated, request.status 401 JSON not authenticated, and return response.status 200 JSON is authenticated true, and user.request.user. So why it is better? Because on the front end, instead of checking this, you can check response.status and redirect 401 and response.status. This you don't even need to send is authenticated. So 200 is for what? 200 is for the successful response and 401 is for not authenticated response. So gonna be making some changes here. Like it is kind of working, but it is not the best way. So get the things done. So instead of doing making the things this way, am I even sending the response from here or not? The request.user information will definitely be sent. So if I can just directly check, if not request.is authenticated, in that case what will I do? If the user is not authenticated, response.status, first of all 401, because the user is not authenticated, new API response, just like this, or not even the API response, it is just actually gonna be an error. If it is actually an error, then that's gonna be problematic. But I'm gonna be going with the status code, right? So I can just throw new API here, and 401 user is not authenticated, just like this. This should be fine. And if the user is actually authenticated, in that case return response.status 200.json and new API response 200. User is authenticated, and I will be just simply sending the data in the sense request dot user is actually gonna be request dot user. It will be sent like this, and once it is actually sent, then I will be able to handle it better. Being able to handle it better in the sense just checking the status code, and on the basis of that thing I will be getting the things done. So I can go to my front end, and whenever I'm making a request to /me, request sent to /me in the sense it is mainly happening in the auth provider. So over here I got the response, and instead of checking these things, I will be making a request. I got that, and if response dot status, if that's triple equals to 401, that means there is a failure, and if that's not equals to that, then that means there is a success. So that is something I have to take care of. Okay, so if response.status, if that's equals to 401, that simply means the user is not authenticated, and that simply means I can just simply set dispatch the set user, and that will be null this time. And in else case, if that's not equals to 401, that means it was successful, and dispatch set user, that simply means request.user, response.data.user, something like this. So how about this way? Let's see it in action. So response.status will never run. Why will it never run? Because access automatically throws an error for 406. So if the backend returns 40 unauthorized, access will go to catch, and then this will happen. so this part is never gonna run. Second, loading never becomes false on error. Set loading. So in that case, what can I actually do? Set loading, and after that, if the response is successful, then set user response.data 200 case, and if there is an error, so I will be checking if there is a 0401 and then doing this, otherwise all check failed, and finally setting it there. So this is never gonna happen. The thing is that Axios handles all the things automatically, and that simply means I better just simply set the user. So if then is happening, that simply means I got the response, and getting the response in the sense I got the user. So I just simply do this thing. Dispatch set user response.data, and this is the only option. So dispatch set user response.data.data.user. This is actually it's gonna be happening, and I will be getting the error. Apart from that particular thing, that's gonna be a finally block as well, just like this, and not finally block, it's just simply gonna be like this if I'm not wrong. Okay, so I'm gonna be having these things, and when it comes to this finally block, so dispatch clear user, I will be clearing the user here, and clearing the user or setting false. I think setting false should be fine, because user should be cleared when there's any error. So dispatch set loading, and loading is actually gonna be false over here. So this is one of the things. Apart from this particular thing, if there's any error, so we have to get it done. I mean, we have to set it as per the need. So either the user is gonna be null, or we will be clearing the user. It's completely up to us. So if there is any error, in that case, first of all, I'll have to check what kind of error I have. So if error.status, will I be getting it like this? So it will the error be giving me the status? Not really. Let's first of all make it the error dot response dot status. If that's triple equals to 401, that simply means the user does not exist, and that was the authentication error. So dispatch, at that time I have to clear the user. So clear user, just like this. So user is going to be clear. In other case, if that's not equals to 401, that simply means I just encountered the error while just checking the user. So CER error checking the user, and the kind of error was error. So this is how I will be going on. Oh, quite good stuff. First of all, I'm setting the loading here. So dispatch set loading, that's true, and that means whenever it is happening, whenever I reload the page, this particular section will happen, and that simply means loading is gonna be true. As long as the loading is true, page will not be redirected here and there. And then auth me, then I'm just simply setting the user response.data.data.user. Apart from this particular thing, if there's any error, that simply means from my backend side, I'm just simply throwing the error, right? So if I actually talk about the backend here, so if that's actually the user is not authenticated, I'm just simply throwing the 401 API error, and that simply means the error is gonna be coming here. So status code is 401 API error status code, and in the constructor I'm already providing the status code and message, and that's all that I have to do. And lastly, in the error handler, that means somewhere here, so inside this particular error handler, I will automatically get my status code. So error.status code, it will automatically have that, it will automatically have the message too, so I will not have to worry about that. So overall, things are done the right way, and once this is done, I can go to my auth provider. At least I got the things done here. Then apart from this particular thing, sign in and sign up, they are already in the best way possible, so I don't really need to worry about them. The only thing that is missing, that is this layout section. So I can check two things here. Even before checking this user, I can say just like this, return everything in the auth first of all. So whatever there is inside auth, just simply return that, and I will be getting two things. First of all is authenticated, second loading. So I'm gonna be getting two things from them. Once I got them, so first of all I will be checking loading. So this is the main layout, right? In that case, if loading, if loading, in that case I will be returning the div, so it's just gonna be like this. So loading, this is how it's gonna be going on, if loading, and I will be actually returning it from here, just like this. And if it is not loading, in that case I can just simply continue. Then I will check is authenticated. If the user is actually not authenticated, this is the main, if not authenticated, just like this. So in that case, router.push, and the user will be pushed to the /login page, just like this. So this should be working. Apart from this particular thing, the same thing I'm gonna be having. Control C inside this particular layout, just like this, and I will be checking whether it is loading or not. So this is the one of the things. After that, is authenticated. If the user is actually authenticated, at that time user should be redirected to the /dashboard page. So this is how the overall things are gonna be going on. Hope it's gonna be working fine, and kind of came long far closer to what we were expecting. So let's see. First of all, gonna be sharing the screen, of course, and gonna be coming back here, reload the page. So right now I have these things, user null, and then I got this stuff. That's great. What did I cancel that? The user is already logged in, if I'm not wrong. So I can come back here, Redux. This mainly manages the state and all. So first of all, I'm already getting the user information. Is authentication is true, loading value is false. If I reload it for a while, now, okay, I had just had a quick look at this. Loading is true, now it became false, and it was false, then it became true. So yeah, I mean, states are being the best way managed. If I just click on logout right now, it will not work, because of course there must be many errors. I didn't even check this section out. So when it comes to logging out, navbar, and inside this navbar, this is the section that I'm talking about. So when it comes to this logout thing, right? So set is loading. First of all, let's get rid of this, and this is not quite needed here. I have dispatched, that's enough. Set loading is gonna be true, because of course I'm trying. No, not really this one here. Dispatch set loading, and that's gonna be true. But I don't really have the set loading, or do I have that? I have that. So set loading actually becomes true, because I'm trying to, but I'm logging out. I'm not even loading the user. So should I use this? Just a minute. The one more question. Should I use a set loading while logging out? Now you are thinking about it. So yes, only for logout request. So set loading is going to be used as well as logout loading. Set loading logout. So first one is gonna be initial auth check, and that is gonna be set logout loading. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Okay, let's go on with that. So I have to set the logout loading in. For that thing I will have to even create that, and this is gonna be when I'm actually logging out. At that time I don't need to create a global variable for it. There's can be only component level variable, that should be fine. So whatever I had in the beginning, just like this, is logging out, set is logging out, and that's false by default, and then simply making it true. Once it is true, I'm getting the things done like this, and after that XCS post, then I will get the response. If the response.data.that's equals to success, that simply means it was successful. And one more thing, I'm not quite checking the status of the request. So if status is anyway 401, that means user was not authenticated, but never mind. If the response.data is equals to success, then dispatch set user. So at that time I can just simply clear the user in a better way. Clear user, just like this. So user is going to be cleared, and toast.success, toast response.data.message, and router is gonna be the home screen. And if there's any error, set is loading is becoming false here at the end of the day, and if there's any error, because of course I'm using try catch block over here, there's very less probability, because doesn't matter what happens, I am actually handling that. But at the end it was error instance of this, just simply checking the things out. Should it work? I mean, overall it should definitely work. I'm just simply clearing everything related to the user if that's successful. So let's see if it's actually gonna be working or not. So coming back to this particular thing, reload the page, loading, and once it is actually loaded, then it will show me the result just like this. So loading should come somewhere in the middle, but okay, later I will fix that. And as soon as I click on logout, logging out, and then it is logged out right now. So okay, ultimately my front end is started working as expected. So create a password 1234, wait for a while, and here you are on the page. You can click on logout and logging out. Here you are on this. You can log in again. Before even that, if you try to go to the dashboard page, you are on the dashboard page. That means I'm yet to change some things, but change it if you have to change it. Dashboard related thing is still remaining. So if I go to what? I went to my dashboard page. So layout. So first of all, what did I do? I went to dashboard page, and loading was already. Was it loading? Not really. It wasn't loading. Is authenticated. Was the user authenticated? No, user wasn't authenticated. So let's simply return it from here. So router.push login. So it should be like that. So if I go here, this is not working as expected. Okay, let's check out the state first of all. Redux is authenticated true. Okay, so right now the value of is authenticated is actually true, and loading is false, and because of that thing we are getting this error. And if I reload the page just like this, so at that time what happens? Reloading the page, just a second. So the value of it actually becomes true. Why is the value of this becoming true? Whenever I reload the page, at that time this particular provider runs, and set user. I will check whether the user actually exists or not, and there's high probability that user is not going to exist. So clear, what does this do? the user simply is authenticated makes it false, and loading is gonna be false, and user is gonna be null. So this should be working like that, but it turns out that this error section is never getting occurred. So I'll actually have to check it. Response.data.what. I mean this one should be fine. This is actually gonna be response. So even if the user does not exist, I'm gonna be getting this particular response. That's high probability. So come back here, reload the page. And this is the response that I'm getting, and right now it is user details switch. Okay, I haven't restarted my server. Because of that thing I'm getting this error. So let's simply restart the server. And right now it should not be like that, rather it should be working well as expected. At least that's what I expect. And here we are. The first thing is that http localhost/me unauthorized. That means this is the unauthorized error, so that's fine. And cannot update a counter router rendering main to locate a bad state call main layout follow the state. Okay, but turns out that I'm able to just if I go to meeting page, I will not directly visit that, rather I'll wait. Then I'm getting unauthorized error, that means I wasn't authorized for that, and I'm just simply directed to this. And if I just simply log in right now and WRD1234, even I have to go to which page, main layout, and I have to correct some of the things. I'm inside this right now. If I try to go to login page, I'm on the home page, of course. If I try to go to the login page, I cannot go there because of course I'm not logged in. So even if I try to go to the login page or the register page, I can visit my home page anytime. I will even be changing some of the things, but if I try to go to the register page, of course it will load, and then I'll be redirected here. And quite good stuff. I mean, nothing could be better than this. That's what I've been facing for a long time. Got some work, so I will have to go and get that done. But at least now it's clear what exactly we learned here. I mean, the most important learning. First of all, you will have to maintain state, and that to top level state. Global level, you can say global. Let's make it top level. Global becomes too much. So global level state, that's kind of globally available, or to be precise, let's make it top level state, that is at the top. So you will have to maintain a top level state, and whenever you reload the page, if you are reloading the page, at that time send a request to the backend and change the state. This is what you have to do. So whenever you reload the page, you have to do this thing. And apart from this particular thing, whenever you visit the pages, so visit the pages, at that time check is authenticated and loading. This way what is happening, first of all, if you are visiting the pages, at that time you are not making requests to the backend over and over. Apart from this particular thing, one more thing that can be done over here, if you are actually facing some kind of error, in that case, whenever you are facing the error, this is optional over here. Whenever you are facing the error, you can check the status code. So if status of the error is 401, that simply means user is not authenticated, and at that time you will have to handle that error differently. So this is the thing that can be done. So let's see, this is the last question, but you haven't been able to see the screen at all. Sorry, I will have to just fix this thing. Like most of the time I just forget to share the screen, and then people just keep wondering here and there. Okay, by the way, now it could be that when I am making a request to the server, I may not be authenticated. How to handle that error? Perfect. So first what actually happens if session expired or deleted, front-end API request not authenticated false and returns 401. So ultimately backend request dot is authenticated false, it will become false and it will always return 401 unauthorized. And it will happen when? It will happen almost all the time, right? So if there's any, so the correct way to handle this is best and professional solution. So first of all, I will of course check is authenticated. If the user is authenticated, then only I will allow it. If the user is not authenticated, I will send a 401 request, error. And if the error is 401, then set up access client. So how it's actually gonna be sent? This much I have already done. Add response interceptor. So response interceptor in the sense I already have my Axios client, and Axios client interceptor response.use response will be coming here if there's any error. So in that case, error response is status 401, session expired, store dispatch clear user. Otherwise, if that's not if type of window is not equals to undefined, in that case window.location.href/login and promise reject error. Request is authenticated, then this of course I will have to send that, and there's gonna be actually request like error, and extra safety instead of immediate redirect dispatch clear user push login. It's actually given me too much, but for now I'm gonna be going with this. Whatever it has just given me, this is the code that I'm actually seeing for the first time, but it is actually amazing. So what is it? It's actually saying that wherever you are creating the services, right, that is the config. So wherever you are creating the Axios client, just below that have this code as well. So what is this doing? Axios interceptor response and use. So it will just simply intercept your response. So whenever it is mainly used for intercepting, whenever you get the response, first of all this particular section will run, and this is kind of the middleware that runs whenever you get your response. And of course, as you got the response, you are just simply returning from here. If that is the kind of you have the response and that is the success response, that's great. You are simply forwarding the response kind of. And apart from this particular thing, if there's any error, so error.response.status, and that if that's equals to 401, because if you are returning 401, so Axios will catch that from its on side. That simply means session got expired, and you will be getting the store, of course. So first of all, store will come from the Redux store side, and this clear user will be coming from there as well. This does not, I don't like it much. So in that case, I will be directly getting the dispatch. Store dispatch. Okay, it's like I'm directly getting the literally, let's get rid of it because I have to set the value. In that case, const dispatch is actually gonna be used dispatch from React Redux, then it should be going on. So use dispatch, I got dispatch clear user, and I'm gonna be returning the promise reject error, and this is fine. Let's simply give it to the ChatGPT and see whether it's right or not, and that's it. This is actually gonna be the last thing, but at the end I ended up learning something really new. You are very good, but this is a big architectural mistake. What is that? Problem, you wrote dispatch, this is invalid. Honestly, I thought of using use a hook, but that is invalid. Why? Use dispatch is a React hook, can only be used inside React components, can only be used outside components, cannot be used. Okay, so in that case, correct way is to just simply get the store, and from the store, store.dispatch. So export store. So store is actually exported like this. That's fine. Apart from this particular thing, import store in Access file. Added, and then clear user is actually here. So I got these things, and then here store.dispatch is gonna be clear user. Now it will work correctly. Why Redux store exists independently of React, store dispatch can be used anywhere, and that is amazing. Final version is actually gonna be, oh my god, somewhat like this. PE base URL, let's copy it at least, copy and paste everything. Definitely this is great. I tried to use a hook here, but of course hook cannot be used. Hooks are mainly for components, React components, and that is why that wasn't available here. And as for this thing, as for this store, why am I not getting this? This store should be coming from not really this store. It should be coming from, I'm not really exporting it, so wherever I have the store, where do I have the store? Inside Redux. So this is where I have the list. I am exporting it actually. So why this not wherever I have my config, this particular section. So at that everything is available, but I don't have just my store, and the store is inside Redux. So this particular store, @Redux store, yeah, that's fine. Is redirecting. Initially it is false, and then interceptor use this, and error status, and if not redirecting, then the redirecting is actually gonna be true. And so what is the use of even happening? I mean, having this over here, it is redirecting is gonna be false by default. And then if that's equals to 401, and if it is not redirecting, in that case I have to make it true, and then the user is actually gonna be redirected. That's great. And if the redirecting was already true, then I don't have to redirect, so it will not work. Okay, fine. And store dispatch to your user. This, yes. So this interceptor is mainly used for intercepting the response. So whenever you get any kind of response, that this interceptor middleware is gonna be running in between. And if you have any error, in that case the error is actually gonna be caught here. So the simple thing is that if it is like that, so I will have to make some changes in the auth provider as well. So whenever I'm making the request, right now I don't even have to check for the error. So let's even see, make it, if I'm gonna be just directly asking the AI to make it better, because I'm using the interceptor. That simply means right now I don't really need to check the error if I'm not wrong. So make it better, just like this. So let's see whether it is actually able to just get it done or not. Problems what are error.response.status. If network error happens, error response is undefined. In that case, crash, you manually manage loading. Better to state creation. Check out auth slice.ts. Oh my god, it's giving me so many things. I was fine here. Auth provider, I'm just simply managing it in an easier way. Let's make it optional first of all. Response.status, if they exist only, then in that case I will be handling it. And don't know what it is providing me. Clean auth provider. Create auth some best practice. So inside my check auth, create a sync, then reject value auth me. Create a sync time. Inside auth slice I have to create. This is crazy. Then handle extra reducers. Extra reducers will add case. Oh my god, so many cases I'm adding. This is insane. Top level thing. But okay, this is not for me right now. Bro, I just want to make it right. I don't really wanna just go deeper into it because the main focus is not even that. Just just make the given code better. That's it. Oh my. Let's see exactly whatever he's added, and then I will be only going with this much. Copy it. This was the code that I had earlier, and this is the code that AI provided. So let's see what changes it made. So first of all, it is just simply using use dispatch has checked useref prevents double call strict mode. Okay, double call strict mode, that's not even needed, but okay, let's have it here. And then use effective and has checked current. If that's true, then I will be returning it. Has checked the current, it will become actually true. Check auth will be just simply checking the auth, and dispatch I'm just simply providing it here. That's fine, whatever the hook I have. And then set dispatch loading access client to me, dispatch set user, and then I'm gonna be setting the user if the user exists, otherwise the user is actually running null. If that's error, then okay, kind of same. So just few things it added, but overall things are same. So interesting stuff. Oh my god, kind of literally learnt a lot. So whenever I'm making any XCS request, at that time there are gonna be two things mainly. I'm not even gonna be checking for success or failure, because if there is a success or there is a failure, both the things are being handled over here. And this, if there's any error, I'm gonna be going with the error as well. Not worried about success or failure, because if there's any error, if the user does not exist and all, in that case, of course, they will be caught in this particular section. And if there's no error as such, in that case, the response will be sent. And once the response is actually sent, either there's gonna be user or there's gonna be no user. So this is how the things are actually gonna be going on. And ultimately, so far it's been pretty good. Now I'm gonna be catching up after half an hour or something. Worked quite well here in this particular section, and quite learned a lot. And now we will just continue from here on. We'll keep working on many more things, and this is how the things are actually gonna be going on. Gonna be catching up soon. Until then, take care and see you.